Haha. Okay, guys. Can you hear me and see me now? Please confirm. Did I lose you guys? Yeah, StreamYard is a little bit of a pain sometimes, so I'm going to assume you can see and hear me now. That was partly my fault. It's just StreamYard is not always that intuitive. So with that said, let me try this one more time. I apologize. Okay, good. You can hear me, that guy. Great. Sorry about that, guys. So let me kind of start over because I wasn't added to the damn stream and you didn't know what the hell I was saying. So welcome to Star Wars News, April through September 2020. I was saying that I always read your guys' comments and pay attention to the chat and stuff like that. So know that I listen to you guys. And why I mention that, this is a general thing, but also because when I first started Star Wars News this week, it was intended to be that. Really, the idea was on Sundays to cover the Star Wars news of the week. But I haven't heard anybody really calling for that. And if I were to do it every week, it takes a lot of time out of me editing and creating better videos. So that's why I haven't been doing it. I mention it because if you guys, really want me to once a week do the Star Wars news, which sometimes there's not that much great stuff, but I can do that. If it's something that you guys religiously would like to have me do a show like that, then I will gladly do that. I love to do these live streams. I just don't do it because, again, I try to focus on my actual videos and the bigger live streams, like what Star Wars means to us. And I have other things going on, of course, I'm busy. But I also like doing it this way because a lot of these news articles cross with each other. They, one thing confirms another later at a later time. Another reason I like doing these bigger ones is because it gives me a lot of stuff to talk about and because I want it to be interactive. So rather than me making a video about the news or a stream where I'm just going through the articles very quickly, I like the idea of being able to open it up to where we can have conversation, where you guys can comment and I can interact with you, because I really like to do that. Also, if someone would like to come in and talk about a certain article or hang out with me for a while, as long as I know you're from YouTube, I can send you a link to join in. So that's what I began with. Second, I was saying that there is a merch store. If you don't know, or if you do know, there's been some updates. So now there's, for example, tank tops. I made a new design with Disney Star Wars is not canon. There's the mugs and stuff, and that you can click on it and, of course, see colors and sizes and stuff like that. These shirts and hoodies and t-shirts, or these tank tops, have various colors, but it only allows me to display like 4 or 5 colors at a time. So what I'm getting at is, if you like something and you want a different color or style, if you want to send art, or you would like a shirt that just says Disney Star Wars is not canon, I can do that very easily. So if you have a special request, just let me know. If you want to send some art, just let me know. NotMyStarWars1977@gmail. So it's not 100% limited to what you see here. I can only display so much, but if you wanted something more custom, I could do something with your name. I could do a different image. So just let me know if that comes up. It's there. I hope you guys will check it out. It certainly helps. The next thing that I was talking about is, these are like super chats. You can use them. If you do it in the stream, it will notify me and I can call it out like a super chat. You can put your name or remain anonymous. You can choose from preset amounts or put your own amount. You can put your currency. And you also have the option if you want to leave a message or not. That's up to you. If you do leave a tip and it's not in the stream, like you can do this at any time. It doesn't have to be in the stream. The next stream that I do, I will be sure to acknowledge it as if it were a super chat, like a super chat catch up. So it's there if you guys ever want to use it. I appreciate the support. Okay. And then the other quick thing, since just to be fair, let me go back here. Just 1 second. Yeah, StreamYard doesn't make it too easy. I don't know if maybe the premium version does, but anyways, I just wanted to give a shout out to Son of Nimrod. He had subscribed yesterday. Since I get subscribers pretty slowly, it's easy for me to see individual ones. So I just wanted to say hello and appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. And that I also noticed you had subscribed on Quarantine Comics. I really appreciate that. For those of you that don't know, I have 4 YouTube channels. If you go to the Not My Star Wars YouTube channel, you'll see the featured channels. And one of them is Quarantine Comics. It's a lot of funny stuff over there. So if you guys want some laughs, go check it out. It's not Star Wars. It's general comedy. So that's there. Thank you, Son of Nimrod. Just wanted to send you a shout out. Since didn't get to you before, D, you probably, I don't know if you saw a black screen or you could see this, but I did see you when you came in. So I just wanted to say hello. And that what I had said was I noticed you've been coming into a lot of my streams and also commenting on some of my videos. So I appreciate it very much. I'm glad you like my stuff and that you come around. You can hear now. Yes, I saw that. Thank you for coming in. That guy says, sorry, there was a little bit of technical stuff there in the beginning. StreamYard is a little funny, but okay, we're on. So there we go. So I think I covered the main stuff there. And again, just to reiterate, I like doing the news this way so that it becomes a conversation. You guys can comment, we can talk about it, we can talk about other stuff throughout, as opposed to me just making a video or just running through articles. You guys can ask questions, comment, whatever. All right, so let's get to it. I got a lot of stuff, about 33 articles. Some of it is just a quick thing, and then some of it's more elaborate. Thanks, D. I do appreciate it. Truly, I do. And I'm not saying that other YouTubers don't appreciate it. They do, obviously. Some kind of expect things. And when you get bigger, 1 sub, you don't really notice. But I can tell you this is who I am, and I will always appreciate every one of you. I don't care if tomorrow I have 3 million subscribers, which will never happen, but that's okay. And I say it'll never happen just because my channel is very focused on destroying Disney, right? So not everybody's going to go for that. I think it's funny because Doomcock was like, man, I never thought I'd get to 250 or to 200. Guys like Doomcock, Neurotic, D-Day, those guys, if they keep at it, they'll get to 1 million subscribers because they're talking about a bunch of broad things and they cover pop culture and stuff like that. So, I don't know that Doomcock will hear this, but don't think that way, brother, because you absolutely will get there. You just got to keep going. It takes time. PewDiePie didn't get there overnight, and I'm not limiting myself and not trying to be not humble, but I know that some of my videos are very well made. So, but just realistically, people that are going to be down with anti-Disney, well, there's a lot of you. This is the way I look at it. There was a poll that there's 1 billion. Thank you, Mostly Safe. I appreciate it, and it's good to see you, buddy. You're a pretty new subscriber too. I appreciate you. Yeah, of course they do. I don't want you guys to think I'm discouraged or because I won't get so far that I'll get to stop or, but here's what I'm trying to say is there was a poll that there's about 1 billion Star Wars fans in the world. Okay. So then you got to break that down. As a YouTuber, you've got how many of those billion fans are even on YouTube? Okay. because a lot of OT fans or Star Wars fans aren't even getting on YouTube, or they don't even pay attention to any of this new stuff. They're just like OT and don't want to know anything about it. So then you got to bring that number down right from 1 billion considerably, at least half. Then you got people in other countries that don't even speak our language. Then you got people that, while they may not like Disney, maybe not to the extent that I don't, then you've got the reality of no matter how good of videos I'd make, some people just aren't going to like me or aren't going to like my channel or my videos. It's just a reality. So you start to break down that 1 billion, right? And so I would think that out of that billion, there's 1 million Star Wars fans that would actually have interest in my videos. Now, are they all going to subscribe? No. So you got to cut some of them out. Is YouTube even showing my videos to all those people? Well, no, absolutely not. Because if YouTube was being fair and showing mine or other people's videos to everybody, excuse me, cherry gummy, you know, let's say Doomcock's audience was aware of me. He has 200,000 subscribers. You take 1% of that, that's 2,000 people. Okay, and I don't even have 1,000 subscribers. So if YouTube was truly pushing out my videos, obviously I would have a bigger crowd. Anyways, what I'm getting at is my channel is only going to get so big because I'm very specific in what I'm talking about. Doesn't matter to me. I think my cap would be around 250, personally. That's going to take some time. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but that's what I would think is my realistic cap, because there's only so many people that are going to want to see my specific type of thing. All right. With that said, cheers to you. Mostly safe. Again, I appreciate it. And know something, guys. I don't do this for the money. I would love it to grow and that I could sustain and just do this. I'm all for that, and I shoot for that. It's in the back of my head. It's not like I started this saying, well, I totally don't see that happening, or I don't care. Yeah, I would like to make it happen. I've worked towards that, and I will continue to. But I don't do it for the money. So even if I got 10,000 subscribers or 1,500 or whatever, I'm not going to stop. I'm not here because of the money in the first place. So, you know, I will continue to do this as best I can and try to have fun with it and try to entertain you guys. Algorithms are keeping us down during the election. Expect that to lift afterwards. Yes. Also, for anyone that's on YouTube, September is traditionally the best month for YouTube. So I expect to pick up some. I'm getting close to 1,000. I would like to, by the end of September, hit 1,000, but we'll see. And I have some pretty cool videos coming up soon that might make that happen. And I'll talk about one of those a little bit later. So yeah, you know, I'm here. We'll keep going, and I hope you guys have fun. And one of my main things is, you know, I try to make really cool, heavily edited videos so that they're like a real production, not just a YouTube video per se. And I'm not downing anybody. I'm just saying, I try to make some of my videos like as if it were to come from Star Wars themselves, but being put on YouTube, as opposed to it being a YouTube Star Wars video, if that makes sense. And then there's, of course, the live streams, and then there's stuff that, you know, is like me covering the box office or something like that. Anywho's. All right, so there's a lot to cover. Let me bring that screen back up. And I'm not sure if you're going to continue to see me here. I think you probably should. Give it a second to catch up on the other screen so I can see. But you guys should see here Daisy Ridley. There's always a delay, so just waiting on my other laptop to show me. In the meantime, rally the Bothans. We'll all try to get the word out about your channel. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that, mostly safe. And by no means do I can only speak for myself. I don't expect anything from anybody. I'm not someone that's bitter that bigger channels don't talk about me. I've seen channels that are newer than me that have gotten to 1,000 before me, and some of them I think are great. Some of them I think, man, wow, you really shouldn't be having more subscribers than me, but it's okay. I mean, I'm worried about me. I do what I do. I'm not concerned with other people's growth. I'm not here for that. But what I was saying is, I don't expect anything from anybody, but by all means, you guys talking about it, sharing the videos, tweeting it, whatever the case may be, naturally it helps tremendously. Okay, so I will for now do it this way where you guys can see me, and you see the article there smaller. If you guys would like me to make the screen bigger so that you can see the article better, let me know. But I don't think that I can adjust the size here. Let me double check. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Yeah, that's just going to take over the whole screen. So I'll go with it like this so that you guys can see me being a live stream. But if for some reason you can't see something or you'd rather see the article, just let me know and I can explode it for you guys. And I can see on my other laptop the chat, because on this one I can't see it as I'm showing the article. See, StreamYard is crazy. Did you hear that Disney Star Wars is an expansion pack of The Sims 4 Journey to Batuu? Grown. What are they? Who are they marketing to? Yes, I did. That's not something I was going to cover because it's just so stupid and inconsequential. But yes, I'll talk about it for a moment. Disney's marketing is just, they are airheads. They have been since the beginning with all of this stuff. But for example, in Fortnite, they did the announcement of Palpatine saying that he's back. Why would you do that? There's a small percentage of people that play Fortnite. You've missed out on an entire audience of Star Wars people. There's the example that you just gave of The Sims. Like, I mean, The Sims has been around forever. A lot of people play it, but nobody cares about an expansion pack on there. Now, if the movies and this franchise was successful right now, sure, an expansion pack for any game, people would be down for it. But right now, we all know, and Disney knows, that Star Wars is not a popular thing. So for them to do that, it's just that their desperation to try to, get people interested. But nobody cares about Rey or these other Jokers. It's just, which furthermore, had they just said, okay, well, we're going to do an OT expansion pack, well, sure, maybe some people would like to be Luke or even a PT, Maul, but nobody cares about this Disney's junk, so it was just dumb. The other example I was going to give you, and I'm going to talk about this later, but I'll touch on it briefly, is The Mandalorian. Where is the marketing for this damn thing? It's coming out in a month. Well, you could say 2 months because it's October 30, but my God, what is wrong with you guys? You should have like 3 trailers out right now, and you should be putting out pictures and all kinds of hype to get people to get excited for The Mandalorian. I think some of you know how I feel about The Mandalorian. I'm not a huge fan of it. But, man, just from marketing, it's like, what are you guys doing? You should be, that's the one thing you have. The one thing is The Mandalorian, and you're not doing any marketing for it. They're just... and there was, well, I'll talk about that later because it is one of the segments I was going to talk about. So I'll get into it more later with The Mandalorian. But yeah, they're just totally lost. The reveal on Fortnite was weird. J.J. Abrams' involvement was cringy. Yeah, and I'll talk more about J.J. later because that ties into some of the stuff. But yeah, they're really airheads over there. They can't get the stories right. They're breaking canon left and right, and not just canon, but their own canon. They're not marketing correctly. They're choosing to do projects that nobody cares about. I mean, Cassian Andor, seriously? It's just, I don't know. I don't know what to say about these guys anymore because they are just on some other planet at Disney. Anyways, so like I said, for now, I'll go along with where you guys can see me. But if you're having trouble reading the article or seeing it, or you would like to see it, just mention it in the chat and I'll explode it. But I figure I'll go this way in a kind of a live stream format. All right. So April 13th, Daisy Ridley breaks silence on Rise of Skywalker criticism. Where's the love gone? Now, I wanted to talk about this one for a minute because of two reasons. One, not only this article, but it also kind of ties into, which I will talk about more later, but it ties into just the other day how she's saying, I can't get any work. Okay. So, let's see. It's changed film by film, honestly, like 98%. It's so amazing. This last film, it was really tricky, Ridley said. Well, gee, I wonder why. January was not that nice. It was weird. I felt like all of this love that we'd sort of been shown the first time around. I was like, where's the love gone? Man, just reading that, she talks funny. So, on The Force Awakens, we hadn't had Star Wars in so many years. So there was all that hype and all this new thing. And, of course, there was some love. And also, not everybody had figured it out and seen, what was going on with The Force Awakens. And then you compound that, obviously, by The Last Jedi and, different comics and books retconning and their announcement in 2014 of making everything Legends. So naturally, by the time January came for The Rise of Skywalker, which came out in December, around December 20th, of course, Daisy, you weren't feeling the love because Lucasfilm and Disney have pissed everybody off. You've completely destroyed the Star Wars franchise, and in my opinion, she's not a very good actress. She just didn't do a very good job, and that's, the character Rey sucks. The way they wrote her sucks. The whole premise of Rey sucks. But also, Daisy did not do a very good job. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. Daisy is an attractive girl. Not my type, not at all. But she's a pretty girl, objectively. She's a pretty girl. But she just doesn't have that it. So like I was talking with someone the other day, someone like Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, while he has gotten improved over the years and now he can kind of carry a film, he's never going to be an A-list actor. But he always had that charisma, that you like him, you want to hang out with him. He's funny, he's cool. So like in the Jumanji movies, I think he did really good. Again, he's not going to get Oscars or be amazing, but he has that thing that draws you in. So sometimes you don't have to be the world's best actor, but you have to have some sort of, thing about you that brings people in, that people can connect with you. And Daisy and as Rey is just totally wooden, just totally uninteresting. So, and I know there's people out there that like her, but I just think if you're being honest and you're being objective, she is not a great actress. And she certainly did not do a great job in Star Wars. Again, it's not 100% her fault. She had to do what they were telling her, and she had to read and do the script. But here's the contrast that I want to make. A couple contrasts. Oscar Isaac, definitely out of the three, Rey, Finn, and Poe, he was probably the best actor. But, Poe pretty much sucked too. But Poe or Oscar Isaac, if you see him in other films, he's really a great actor. He's done some really good stuff. So, that goes back to the script sucks and the story sucks, so it's not totally his fault. But at least he still did the best that he could, and it was decent. Whereas Daisy, it's just not good. Another great example is Mark Hamill. Now, when you see Jake Skywalker, it breaks your heart. It pisses you off. It sucks. And you say, well, that's not Luke, and this is terrible. But separate your mind for a moment and forget about the damage that it does. Just look at Mark Hamill's performance of Jake Skywalker. We certainly did believe that he's that angry hermit that doesn't give a shit about the Force or Star Wars or anything, right? So while Luke's character probably was the most suck of them all because it's the beloved Luke Skywalker that's this fool now, Mark Hamill certainly did his part, did his job, and he certainly sold it. So you see what I'm saying? Regardless of how bad it was written and the problems, at least Mark Hamill like really did his thing. Whereas Daisy, she had the same constraints and she's just this cardboard cutout. So it just goes back to this where she's saying, I'm not getting any love and blah, blah, blah. Well, sweetheart, you just aren't that good. She's young, she's attractive, she's educated, she can still learn and grow and become a better actress. I'm not trying to cancel her. I'm not trying to say she's trash. I'm just saying she needs to look inwards and say, maybe I just didn't do a very good job. Maybe I need to rewatch these films more objectively. Maybe I actually need to watch Star Wars, the first 6 films, and compare myself. Okay? So, anyways, I'm not here to attack Daisy. I just think it's funny that she's saying, I'm not getting any love. And, she needs to look inwards a bit on that one because she's really not that good. And I will touch back to that because this ties in later to this article. Daisy needs training and versatility. Yes, she does. And let me tell you something. I think she needs a lot of work, but she has a lot of gifts. And, her voice is nice. It's pleasant. She's attractive. She's young. So she can grow. She has all the opportunity in the world. I'm not saying that she can't get better or that she's done or that she shouldn't be given chances. I'm just saying that realistically at this point and throughout the Star Wars films, she needs to reflect and be a little more realistic with herself. And I think part of that is also people on the outside not being honest with her. People need to say, hey, listen, Daisy, you're kind of cardboard. This is how you can get better. This is how maybe you should take this class or do that or the other. I've heard other people suggest that she do theater. And I think that would be very good for her. But it's funny because on Good Morning America, like months ago, it's in my first video. The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. She says how she would like to do theater, but nobody will hire her. So it just goes to show she doesn't have range. She doesn't have that much skill. I also have a video. Daisy Ridley stunt double Chloe Bruce should have played Rey in Disney Star Wars. Well, if you watch that video, you're going to see all the best parts of Rey is Chloe Bruce, her stunt double. So it's like Daisy really didn't do much of anything out of, I'm Rey Skywalker. So anyways, I don't want to harp on Disney. I just think she needs work and she needs to be a little more humble. She's shown this privileged stuff with her and, she grew up in a family of wealth. I'm not saying she's a multi-millionaire, but she had a good education. She grew up in a good area. She speaks very, intelligently and refined. You can tell she's from an upper class. She's an attractive girl. She has youth. Sadly, Star Wars on her resume is probably not going to help her too much. But, I don't want anybody to think that I don't want her to succeed or that she shouldn't be given other chances. By all means, all I'm saying is that she needs work. I think you guys get what I'm saying. Daisy Ridley is just a British Brie Larson. Yeah, in ways she is. That's another thing. Her character, her person, Daisy's character, her demeanor, the way she talks, the way she does interviews. And another thing is she really doesn't know Star Wars. I mean, it's obvious this girl saw it once, like 2 years ago, because she says things, about the Force and how things work, and she's just totally clueless, So if you're working on any project, you should educate yourself on that project, but especially Star Wars, the biggest, most important franchise in history, you better do some research. And that's something that I hold against all these guys, Boyega, Oscar, pretty much everybody, and obviously JJ and Ryan, they have clearly demonstrated, and Kathleen Kennedy, that they don't know a damn thing about Star Wars. So anyways, let's move on. I just wanted to mention that, and I'll touch back on this because recent events have gone back to this. So remember that in January, she was saying, or this was April, but she was saying that January was very difficult for her. And it was like, where did the love go? I don't understand. All right. Next. Rosario Dawson addresses Mandalorian Ahsoka Tano casting. Talks wanting to play Q on Star Trek. Okay, so we all know that months ago, man, for some reason this video keeps coming off track. There have been rumors of her playing Ahsoka Tano. Now, let me begin with, I think that Rosario would be very cool and very good for Ahsoka. I think that Ahsoka does not fit in the Mandalorian for several reasons: the timeline, the story. It's, member berries, it's fan service, and it's just dumb to bring her in. And I'm going to talk more on her on the Ahsoka stuff in a few. But right now, this is about Rosario. So I'm not against Rosario. And in fact, I think she's very attractive. I like her as an actress. I've always liked her. So I'm all for, if they're going to do it, that she's Ahsoka Tano. Fine. But what happens is, a rumor comes out that she's going to be playing Ahsoka, and now everybody's assuming that she's going to be in the show. And everybody's writing articles like Ahsoka, Ahsoka, Ahsoka. It is yet to be confirmed, guys. Disney, Mandalorian, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, Lucasfilm, nobody has confirmed this. So while I'm not trying to be resistant of her in the Mandalorian, and at the end of the day, I don't really care, I just want to caution people, don't get too excited about Ahsoka because it's not even confirmed that she's going to be in the show. Will she be? I don't know. I don't work at Lucasfilm. Could she be? Sure, she could. But a lot of people are assuming that all these people are going to be showing up in the show. And I've heard rumors of all kinds of characters. Luke, Tarkin, Rex, Boba Fett, Anakin, I can't even remember all of them. There's so many people rumored to come in the show, but none of them are confirmed. And it makes me a little bit crazy when everybody's like, yeah, I can't wait to see Ahsoka. And yet you have seen no trailer. You have seen no confirmation from Lucas. And we don't even have a confirmation from Rosario herself. Now, sometimes they want to keep things surprises, so they won't announce things. I get it. But in the state that Disney is in, they're $40 billion in debt just this quarter. Right now, they would be clinging on to anything that could get them attention, hype for the show, and to announce that Rosario Dawson, if nothing else, is in the show, even if they don't confirm she's Ahsoka, but that, yes, she signed a contract, she's somehow confirmed to be part of Lucasfilm, would be tremendous for them. And yet there is no confirmation of this. So I'm going to play a clip here from an interview she did on April 14th. Okay. And this, to my knowledge, is the last time she's even spoken on this topic. There might be a loose article here or there, but I just want to remind you guys that there is no true confirmation of Ahsoka Tano, and everybody's getting all hyped about it, but we don't even know she's going to be in the damn show. So just a moment. Let me try to find the spot again. As a matter of fact, 1 second, because I have it in my notes. It'll be easier to find. 21:53. Okay. Come back.
Particularly right now. This is.
Okay. All right. I might have to pause it here and there because I don't want to get a copyright strike. I don't know that it will strike me, but you're going to hear here, it's not long, about a minute long, of what she says. And I want you to listen very carefully to her words. Right about here. Okay. Let me make sure you guys will be able to hear this. And let me know if you guys can indeed. Just a moment. Okay. Daisy should take a page out of Warwick Davis's book. Yeah, I agree. Not that Warwick is some amazing actor, but very humble guy, very appreciative. He knows and loves Star Wars. And he did his his part, he did a very good job. Which, you know, for just a side note, you know that he was in other movies. Obviously, he was Willow, but he had done other movies, and he was also in other Star Wars movies. Like, he was in the prequels as some other characters, droids. He was also, like, in The Phantom Menace. He's, when Anakin is getting ready to go to the race, and he's with the young, what, a Rhodian, like Greedo, the little Greedo guy. That's Warwick there. That's jumping around the kids, you know, when Anakin's ready to race. So, anyways, so I'm going to play a few seconds here. If you guys can confirm you can hear this, but listen, I want you to listen carefully to what Rosario says, not what everybody else is saying and speculating.
Your work, I'm sure, your projects, and I have to ask Mandalorian.
You guys can hear that, I assume? Yes, no, maybe so. I just want to be sure so that I'm not sharing it for no reason. Okay, well, I'm going to assume you do. I can always replay it. Sorta. All right, let me move my speakers. That's one thing I haven't figured out with StreamYards. I don't know how guys are doing it to where they can talk, but yet you can hear things. I am sharing the audio. Let me double check that. But just to be sure, I'm going to stop sharing and I'll reshare it here just to be sure. Maybe if I do it this way, it'll... Okay, let's see if you guys can hear it a little bit better now.
Your work, I'm sure, your projects, and I have to ask Mandalorian, has that been impacted at all by this?
That's not confirmed yet, but when that happens, I will be very happy, and we will definitely.
It's not confirmed yet.
Okay, so hopefully you could at least hear that. It's not confirmed. Now, I know that some people are going to say, well, but because of contract, she can't say that it's not confirmed or whatever. She could have hinted at it. I know that sometimes they can't talk about stuff, but she seems very adamant that it's not confirmed. Echo, huh? I wonder if it's because I'll turn off my speaker and see if it works better now. But I want you to hear the next part. Hopefully it'll sound better, and if it doesn't, I can either replay it or I can tell you what she says. And by all means, I'll put the links in the description so you guys can always check this stuff yourself. But the important part is this next part of what she says, because you could argue that she just can't talk about it. Okay, but here's the thing. No, I don't think you're going to hear it that way. So let me.
So I'm very excited for that to be confirmed at some point. If it happens, I mean, this is to the fans, 1,000,001%. And I'm hoping, like, I'm not trying to be greedy, but if, you know, since we're talking about Star Wars and we're talking about fans, like fan casting, because if.
Okay, so that was the important part. If this happens, it will be because of the fans, 1,000,000%. So that clearly tells you that she did not sign a contract. She would love to do it. She has acknowledged that. But she's telling you that if they do sign me, it's because the fans had pushed for it, not because I am the Mandalorian or Ahsoka, not because I am going to be in the show, but because the fans are desperately asking for it. Maybe you guys can convince Disney for me to sign me to Ahsoka Tano. Okay? So I know that people can read things how they want and hear things how they want, but that's literally what she says. If the fans, it will be because of the fans. And I will again say, there is no confirmation nowhere. StarWars.com, not anywhere on news, nothing. That Ahsoka Tano is even in the show. Never mind that Rosario is playing her. They would be blasting it if it were true. at the end of the day, I don't care if Ahsoka's there or not. It's ridiculous, and the show is going to take a nosedive. You'll see, it's going to take a nosedive. But I care about research and accuracy, and it makes me a little bit crazy when everybody's like Rex and Ahsoka and all these people are in the show, and there's no confirmation anywhere of any of that. Can it happen? By all means. But just don't get too overly hyped is what I'm getting at, because if I see people like, I can't wait to see Ahsoka and the Mandalorian, how does she even fit? Here's something I want to remind everybody too. When the Mandalorian first came out, they said this show is not about lightsabers and it's not about the Force. Now all of a sudden, Baby Yoda's using the Force, and we got the dark saber, and now they're going to bring in Ahsoka. Well, Ahsoka has 2 damn lightsabers, and if they bring in Luke, well, what does he have? A lightsaber. So either they're not sticking to their original plan and word, or again, this is all speculation. So whatever. If she's in it, she's in it. Of all people, I think she would look good in Ahsoka's paint or makeup. She's a very good actress. She can certainly pull it off. She's the correct age. They can always have stunt women to do her crazy flips or whatever they're going to do, but Ahsoka doesn't even fit. And canon-wise or lore-wise, which I will get into later, because I'll be talking a little bit more about Ahsoka later. So anyways, I just wanted to show everyone, because everybody's going on about Ahsoka, but out of Rosario's own mouth, she's saying that it is not confirmed, and if it happens, it's because of the fans, not because I have a contract or that I'm filming or any of that. All right. Let me, I got to share it differently because it's going to go away, so. All right. So next, this was just a cool thing that I saw. It came out April 17th that Williams-Sonoma has some Star Wars goodies, and they're just really cute and cool stuff. So I just wanted to share them with you guys, and who knows, maybe you guys would be interested in checking them out. I don't have an affiliate link or anything like that. It's just cool stuff, and you know, I thought some of you guys would like it. I think they're pretty neat. So there's these little kind of like popsicle makers, right? You got R2 and Vader, Stormtrooper, and it's the old school. It's not First Order, you know. So those are pretty neat. There's these Death Star ice cubes, which I don't know how well you'll see it, but they're pretty cool. Little Death Star ice cubes. Here's those popsicle guys again. There's a BB-8, but here's a Death Star ice cube. There's these water jugs or whatever these are, water bottles. They're okay. I don't think they're that great, but okay, they're okay. These are spatulas, which I think they're very cute and cool, but realistically, you know, a spatula is shaped the way it is very uniformly to be able to pick things up correctly. Like it would be difficult with this Chewbacca head to pick up an egg or, you know, certain items. These would probably work better because they're wider, but you know, they're cool, they're cute, whatever. These cookie cutters, these are really cool. You know, little Yodas and C-3PO, R2, these little Vader cookies. I mean, how cool are those? Little Yoda, look at these ears. The Death Star, the Death Star 2, you know, being built. The Stormtrooper, these are really cool. I really like these, so I thought you guys would get a kick out of that. And that's basically that. You know, I just thought I'd mention it. It's on Williams-Sonoma. You could probably go in the store or online, and they're just fun, neat things. And I think these cookie cutters are just awesome. Super simple, but you know, very fun and cool. All right. Next, April 15th, 2020. Big Ray plot hole finally solved by ancient Jedi text, Star Wars theory. All right. I'm not going to read through all of this because it's not even that important, but what does matter is one of the biggest questions revolves around Rey and her Force healing powers. Come on. It's getting stuck here for just a moment, guys. There's ads and all kinds of crap here. All right. Some believe force healing was okay. Some believe that force healing was simply injected into the Rise of Skywalker. No, we don't believe it. It literally was, and it was injected into Star Wars as a whole and Star Wars lore because there is no force healing. I will remind you, Obi-Wan would have saved Qui-Gon. Okay, Luke would have maybe helped Yoda. There's tons of incidents where one Jedi would have saved another Jedi. And in thousands of years of lore, that was the point, that Jedi can die. I mean, if you think back to Phantom Menace, they're sitting at the table when Anakin takes Qui-Gon and Padme and Jar Jar back to his, Adobe or whatever, and they're at the table with Shmi, and Anakin says something, like, Jedi are the most powerful in the universe. You can't kill a Jedi. And Qui-Gon says, unfortunately, I wish that was true, but it's not. And that's the point. It's just like in real life, that life is valuable, that you just can't fix things or heal things, because then that takes the stakes away. That takes the value of that life away. Force healing is bullshit. We all know it. Now, their explanation is that now this is a theory that they're reporting on, but this is something very much that they're using to explain it away, is that Rey did her homework and read the ancient Jedi texts that she took from Luke's home in isolation. It is theorized that the power force heal lies within those very books which we see Rey reading in The Rise of Skywalker. Okay, use your damn brain. Is Rey the only person that read these texts? Yoda, the wisest of all Jedi, who would have at some point had access to or even possession of these texts, he never read through them. He never added an entry, being 900 years old. He never edited or added anything. So Luke, who's on an island with nothing to do, no women, no entertainment, no nothing, he's just looking at the sky every day. Granted, he may have been training sometimes, he might have been meditating, he might have been building his hut, he might have been fishing. There's a lot of things he could do, but naturally, the only thing he has is the texts that are there in the special tree. He would have thumbed through them, and he even says he did. But Rey Skywalker is the only one smart enough, which, by the way, how can she even read the text? Duh. 5 minutes ago, she didn't even know Luke was real. But now she can read Jedi text, ancient Jedi text. So Yoda never read this. Obi-Wan never read this. I can't remember her name right now, but in the prequels, the librarian, the older lady who kept, remember the Jedi library, the text? She never read the Jedi text or went back to research or never went to cross-check if things are correct. But Rey, she's so special. She's the first one to read these texts, even though she can't even speak the damn language. Leia obviously couldn't. Leia wasn't even a damn Jedi. So Leia didn't teach her how. But Rey all of a sudden can read this text, and in the text that no one else read, she figured out force healing. So it just goes to show you that no matter how much Disney tries to explain it or go around it, or they didn't think this stuff through. They can't explain their own nonsense. Anyways, that was the point of this article, is that, Rey read the text, and that's why she can force heal. Which, not to mention, let's say I hand you a medical book, and and it says, well, this is how you perform heart surgery. Are you serious? Just reading a book, you know how to do heart surgery? No. You have to train and watch other surgeons for years to even have the trust to even attempt it. But you have to, through practice, you would be dissecting frogs and, human hearts and, all kinds of stuff before you even attempted to do a heart surgery, right? So even if, she didn't read the text, we all know that's bullshit, but let's just say that she read the text. That doesn't even mean that she would know how to even do it. 5 minutes ago, the girl doesn't even know about the Force or how to use it. And now she just read it and knows how to do it. It's just ridiculous. It's just so stupid. So anyways, they tried to explain that she read it in the text, and we all know it's nonsense. Jocasta, yes, thank you, D. That is her name, Jocasta. Hey, Tommy, good to see you, buddy. I didn't see that you had popped in. Let me look back here a little bit in the chat. Greetings, Tommy. How's things going? For me, good. I appreciate you stopping in. I hope things are good for you. Ahsoka and the Mandalorian is unnecessary. Yes, and I will talk more about that a little bit later. But yeah, it's not just unnecessary. It breaks canon, and I will get into that. Going good. Right here, that Tommy. That's why you have to respect the source material. Yes, D, that's exactly it. They get themselves all confused and tripped up, and now they're trying to explain stuff that they can't even explain. It's just such a freaking mess. So no one else ever read those texts. Exactly. That was the point I was making. Yoda, of all people, 900 years, the wisest freaking Jedi, never read the... I mean, come on, Disney. Filoni, are you this stupid, really? Seriously. Just like she knew how to swim. Yes, another great point. The girl grew up in a damn desert. She maybe never even took a damn bath in her life. And she's not... Okay. First of all, obviously she can't swim. But let's just say it was like a still pond, and she got in and she doggy paddled and she managed to stay flat. She went into like what was that damn movie with George Clooney with the ridiculous waves? I can't even remember, but yeah, I think you guys know what I'm talking about. I mean, she went into like this torrential storm with like this, 100-foot waves on this little yacht raft thing. I mean, it's just ridiculous. She also dove in The Last Jedi into that into the dark area underneath the island. I mean, it's so stupid. So stupid. Jocasta knew. Yes, thank you. Shaq. Hey, Shaq. Good to see you. Yes, I couldn't remember her name, and you guys are absolutely right. Jocasta knew. Perfect Storm. Yes, thank you, D. Exactly. I mean, come on. The girl grew up in a damn desert. Be real. Come on, Disney. Use your freaking brains. So anyways, the greatest ever, like Doomcock says, Mary Sue Ray is the only one that could and did read the text, and bless her heart, she discovered force healing, or at least after centuries, she brought it back. Thanks. You're awesome, Ray. Good job. Oh, Lord. Okay. Good to see you, Shaq. I haven't seen you around in a while, though. I know we talk on Facebook and stuff, but good to see you. Okay, so the Mandalorian season 3 already in works at Disney Plus. This is April 21st. A lot of you know this. They've been talking about it for a while, but I've been seeing recently like videos of people talking about like, oh my God, season 3 is already. This is old news, guys. I mean, this was around April 21st, and even before that, I had heard Jon Favreau say that we're already working on season 3. Before they even finished season 2, they're already working on season 3. And furthermore, he said he has enough stuff that he could make it 8 seasons. Now, will they extend it that far? A lot of that we'll see by the end of this season, how well Mandalorian does. Now, on a side note of that, I just reported on how Disney's $40 billion in debt for the quarter. They're a total mess right now. No matter how good The Mandalorian is, let's say The Mandalorian is perfect, spectacular. They don't have enough subscribers to even pay off what they paid for Lucasfilm. And it's certainly not enough money to clear out their $40 billion of debt. So unless this season coming up of Mandalorian is just absolutely flawless, spectacular, the most amazing Star Wars everybody's seen, and we're all agreeing like this is the shit. And it wins, 57 damn Emmy awards, and it's just perfection. It's not going to save Disney, guys. Disney, the reality is very soon is going to have to start selling off properties because they have no choice but to start selling off some of these properties. And when you look at these properties, what hasn't made money? Well, Marvel, they made money. Fox, they're not going to let go because that was $70 million investment, and they're not going to give up that huge library. The first thing to go is going to be Lucasfilm, the big thorn in their side, the thing that they get all the shit for, the thing that they are losing tons of money on. So, I mean, short of a miracle with season 2 of The Mandalorian, I've said it before in my other video, but I'm telling you right now, by January 1st, they're going to announce they're selling Lucasfilm. They have no choice but to sell it. So, as far as season 3 or getting to 8 seasons, I don't know that that's going to happen. Now, that's not to say that someone else couldn't buy Lucasfilm, respect it, love it, and say, hey, John, we just want you to make some tweaks and get a little bit more to real Star Wars and respect the lore and stop this nonsense, but you've got something. We'll extend The Mandalorian, and by all means it could happen. We'll have to see who takes new ownership. But I don't know that season 3 is even going to happen, regardless of them planning it, talking about it, writing it. It's not in production yet, so they're in the pre-production stage. But, is it even going to happen? I don't know. The important thing here is that season 3 was already being developed quite some time ago, before season 2 was even done, and that Favreau said he could do 8 seasons. He would like to do 8 seasons. I think that if it goes well, they could, and sure, why not? If it's successful and it does good, sure. But again, even if The Mandalorian's perfect, that's not going to save Disney. So you can pretty much count on Lucasfilm changing hands here by January. Now, granted, it might not be January 1st, but I'm saying an announcement. They're going to, October will go through, November will go through. They'll ride it out. They've got their little holiday special coming, and they'll ride it out as much as they can. But, by the time that fourth quarter ends and they're just more in debt and The Mandalorian isn't bringing in, 100 million subscribers, which is not going to. We all know it's not going to. Lucasfilm's going to get sold off. So it's scary because now who's going to get it? Now who's going to do what with it? But, honestly, get it away from Disney and Kathleen Kennedy already, because it's just a train wreck. So, anywho's, season 3, Mandalorian. Okay, Diamond Toys says no demand for Disney Star Wars characters. This was actually written by Ichibaka. If you guys don't know him, check him out. He's really good with Star Wars news. He has a site, Disney Star Wars is Dumb. He's I like him a lot because he's a lot like me. Like, he really researches stuff. And not that the site is very interesting, but it's very good as far as the quality of the articles and the research that he does. So this was, here we go, April 21st. But, and a lot of us have seen different reports or heard different things, but Star Wars toys do not sell. Contrary to what Disney wants to say, even in the last quarter report video, they say that, we toys, this and that, and it's because of coronavirus. No. Long before the pandemic, you guys were not selling toys. We all know this. It's time to man up, Disney, and stop the lies. So anyways, there's a couple key lines here. Chuck Terceira, I'm not sure his name, but he's the president of Diamond Select Toys. Diamond Select does a lot of the more kind of custom toys, like the bus and stuff like that. So the key points here is, as you know, whatever was done before last year, DST, which I'm assuming he means Disney Sequel Trilogy, which I call STD, had no control over. Oh, no, that's Diamond Select Toys. My apologies. STD, for the obvious reason, it's a disease. Sequel Trilogy Disney is what I call it. GT Limited made those decisions, but as I said, Dev is still here guiding the brand, and we're aware of the past history. I will say, from what we have seen, the sales of the products from 7 and 8 were not too strong. I know those movies, as well as 9, have their fans, and those fans might say GG just never did the right products or characters or formats, which is bullshit, because action figures have always sold. Stickers. Well, when I was a kid, I had Star Wars sheets, cups, mugs, hats, shirts, socks. I mean, there was pajamas, there was posters. There's just a ridiculous amount of Star Wars products out there. So it's just nonsense. They didn't do the right products or characters or formats. So, that's BS. And they might be correct. However, we can only go by what we know. That's not that important. Here's the other important part of this article, which, you can check it out, read it. But the key things here is, as I mentioned before, we are working on some, but I have to ask, are you sure there's lots of demands for these very requested characters? The overall demand for bus and Star Wars products is not what it was 10 or even 5 years ago. Okay? Now, as Itchy says, what happened 5 years ago? Well, it's 2020. So in 2015, what happened? The Force Awakens. So Disney can lie through their teeth all they want, but nobody wants this shit. Nobody wants a freaking Holdo, Rose Tico, Snoke, any of this garbage. And that has been evident since the Force Awakens, not even the damage of The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker. The franchise has fallen. There is no demand for the toys or the products or the films. Disney can say what they want, but here's just another piece of proof that from the president of Diamond Select Toys, we aren't making the bus because nobody wants the damn bus. Those bus, amongst other things, especially to the collectors, okay, here, it's not just a GG issue either. The brand is very strong with The Mandalorian and Clone Wars, but not Star Wars in general, and not the sequel trilogy. And more new content to come. But you all know what the production runs on collector products were in the past compared to now. Yes, if you've been a collector or a Star Wars toy person, you know that there was massive amount of toys and collector products, and now there are not. We would love very much to make more products from the new movie. It's not like we're sitting behind our desk, wringing our hands, thinking, how can we stick it to fans and not make the bus they want that will make us money, right? Obviously, everyone but Disney gets it that if the shit would sell, then we would make it. But if toy companies, if you're not seeing toys, it's because the toy companies know there's not demand for the toys. This was never an issue in George Lucas' era. Here is just another piece of proof of Disney's disaster. That you can't sell freaking a single Rey. That you can't sell Kylo and Finn and these characters because nobody cares about them. All right, let's see. Let's just hope they don't spread themselves too thin, especially using the new LED digital background technology. You lost me there, D. What are you referring to? I'm not picking up on what you mean there. If you want to mention it, I can touch back on it. Unless it sells merch, it won't help them. Yes, of course. Don't forget there was even Star Wars Underoos. Yes, good call. TFA with its garbage design work. Yeah, plus we already have the Sandcrawler and the Droid Factory and Jabba's Palace. Do you guys remember the Droid Factory toy with the little Jawas, and it had like the arm, and you had all the little droid parts, and this is, cool. Things were so cool back then. The Mando and possible spin-offs. So let's see. Let's just hope they don't spread themselves too thin, especially using the new. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yes. Well, and let me touch on that for a minute. This new technology is awesome. And it opens the door not just for Star Wars, but for a lot of productions to do really cool projects. And as I reported in a video quite some time ago, the video literally says, what's the title of that video? Disney, Bob Iger cancels Star Wars movies for spin-off shows, something like that. I talk about this. Part of Disney, you know, and again, this is rumor. We don't know that we're going to see Rex and Ahsoka and all these people. But part of this is because Iger said back then that they're going to be focusing on spin-off series from The Mandalorian. So it very much opens the door now for an Ahsoka show and a Rex show and a Boba Fett show and all this extra stuff. And they are going to spread themselves too thin. They're barely hanging on with The Mandalorian. They didn't even get it right in season 1. Cassian, that nobody even wants to see, they're still insisting they're going to work on it, which I don't believe it. And Obi-Wan, you know, at least until now, it's canceled. Will it eventually get made? We'll see. I know they desperately would want to, but are they going to get their shit together to get it made? I don't know. Now, of all of those things, Obi-Wan would be probably the least problem because everybody loves Obi-Wan and would like to see him. But are they going to respect Obi-Wan or are they going to trash him like Luke? Well, if you look at Disney's pattern, I wouldn't be too excited about Obi-Wan. Then they're talking about, you know, I don't know if you guys saw that Anakin is going to be in the show, but in his Clone Wars armor. Okay. Number one, the Clone Wars is over. Number two, by the end of the Clone Wars, he's Darth Vader. And when I say Darth Vader, remember that he's Darth Vader before he's in the suit. He's Darth Vader before appearing as Anakin. And his suit is completely different. Remember, he's got that dark outfit. So why would he even be in his Clone Wars? Not to mention, he's dead and he's Darth Vader. Well, he's not dead, but you know what I mean. He's now Darth Vader the machine. So, you know, Disney's so confused. Why would you be having Anakin as a Clone Wars in his Clone Wars suit in a show that's after Sith? Now, the one explanation is that it will be flashbacks, but I just, you know, one, I don't know that Aiden would even want to be involved. One, because of all the shit he got in the past, but also, I don't think that Aiden, after all this and all this time, is going to read the script and he's going to see, like, I'm sure he's seen the Disney movies. So I'm sure he's like, my God, what the hell did you all do? You've destroyed Anakin. But he's going to be anxious to come to an Obi-Wan show? I mean, be real. Unless, I mean, they just make an amazing show and it's all 100% respectful. But see, here's the problem. They've trapped themselves. How can they be respectful with Obi-Wan when they've already destroyed Anakin's legacy? Right? Rey is now the chosen one. Rey saved everybody. Rey, you know, defeated the prophecy. She has made that inconsequential. So how can they possibly respect? Are they now going to retcon themselves with the Obi-Wan show against the sequel trilogy? Well, maybe they will, because there's the rumor that the sequel trilogy is going to go away. But it just compounds. The problems compound on top of each other. They have to constantly retcon other projects to make a project fit in. And eventually, the few people that are still hanging on and say that Disney's great are just going to get tired of the shit, because it's like every new piece of content is destroying the previous piece of content. It's just so stupid. So, oh man, Anne stole the Skywalker name. Yes, absolutely. So stupid. She's a freaking Palpatine. I mean, not really, because you can't clone Palpatine to begin with, but you know, that's a whole other conversation. So, yeah, you know, just a mess. Let's go to the next one. Okay, I'm pretty sure some of you had heard about this, but you probably haven't heard the actual radio broadcast. So I'm going to play just a couple minutes here. I don't know how well you guys are going to hear it. That's the problem. Here, I'm going to play about 10 seconds. If you guys can let me know if you can hear it.
So we're constantly working with the Imagineering team on what's next. What will be the next big thing? We had some great partners out in Glendale, and we would meet and talk regularly. And they would talk about concepts. We would talk about what demographics we needed to go after to improve.
Okay, can you guys hear that at least somewhat clearly so you can understand it? Okay, good. Audio is good. Okay, so this is referring to Galaxy's Edge. All right. I'll let you guys hear it so you can hear for yourself, and then I'll comment on it. But I want you to hear from, and this is from, if you can see the title, former Vice President Disney World, former Vice President Dan Cockerell. Okay, and this is him referring to Galaxy's Edge and Star Wars Land and what happened.
The overall experience for guests. And one of those that came out early in when I was there was, Star Wars. Star Wars, we had just purchased Lucasfilms, and it started to become the talk about, okay, if we're going to bring that to life, where are we going to do that? And studios ended up being the place, because that's where it seemed to fit the best. And it was the park that needed an update the most, and to replace some of the experiences. So,
okay, so they had just purchased Lucasfilm, and they were figuring out, one, they needed some stuff to fill the park because they had some space and things weren't as lively as they wanted in the park. And obviously, they wanted to take advantage of Star Wars. Now, for those of you that don't know, Star Wars Land was something that was mapped out. I should have got the picture, but you can find a picture of it. That was mapped out as literally that, Star Wars Land. And it was more of the galaxy. Now, granted, it was more focused on OT, and it did have some PT, but it was more of a broad Star Wars land, like a world you would go into. Whereas Galaxy's Edge is very concentrated on Batuu, which Batuu doesn't even exist. It's just some thing they made up for Galaxy's Edge. And it looks like a street market, like somewhere in the desert, like Morocco or something. So they needed something to help fill the park and bring more traffic. They had just acquired Lucasfilm, and they were looking at Star Wars Land, which was developed by Lucas and Lucasfilm, and it was again like a general Star Wars park, and it was going to be awesome. I should have found the picture earlier, but it's really it was really neat. It was really well laid out, and it had like the cantina and all these different things. All right.
We worked on that project for a couple of years. They were artists. We're looking at layouts of the park. You just get a big aerial view, and you get a big magic marker, and you start saying, what if this was here? Or what if that was there? And you start blocking off these big chunks of space. And, that kind of drills all the way down, and you keep going until you get to the attraction level and what the offerings are. And so we did it for a couple years, and we had, the Epic Theater, the Indiana Jones Theater. That was going to be like the heart of the Star Wars Land. That was.
Now, did you hear that? There was also the Indiana Jones Theater. It was going to be the heart of Star Wars Land. So not only did they blow it on Galaxy's Edge, but they also didn't take advantage of the Indiana Jones. Ahsoka has blue eyes and Rosario has brown. Yes, but remember, contact lenses, it's not a problem. Plus digital, they can fix her eyes or make them glowing or whatever. And I don't know if you've seen, like, people have done artwork of Rosario painted like Ahsoka. She actually, her face is pretty similar. She looks pretty good. And as a side note on that, a lot of people got pissed because they were like, why wasn't Ashley Eckstein, the girl that does the voice of Ahsoka, chosen to be Ahsoka? Okay. There is a huge difference between being an actor and a voice actor. And some people have made strong arguments for voice actors being more skilled because you can't see their expression. So they have to really, through inflection and their voice, sell you on their emotion. Okay, I agree. But I don't think that it's harder than acting. Acting, you have to be conscious of your expression and your movement and how you're standing, your body language, how you bounce off of, and are how you relate in the same space to other actors, to props, to a pod racer or whatever. So, my opinion, a real actor is much more difficult than a voice actor. Both take a tremendous amount of skill. Both have their skill to them. Now, Ashley Eckstein, first of all, I don't know how much she's really done outside of Clone Wars and Ahsoka. Second of all, she could be the greatest Ahsoka voice in the world, but that doesn't mean the girl can act. So I don't know why everybody was getting all upset. Now, should they maybe have interviewed her or gave her a chance? And for all we know, they did. But it doesn't mean the girl can act. I have nothing against Ashley Eckstein, but she's not an actor. She's a voice actor. She wouldn't really fit as Ahsoka. Is she the right height? Remember that Ahsoka's kind of tall and lean. So I don't know that Ashley would have even really fit the bill anyways. Anyways, this is just a little side thing. But as far as making Rosario look like Ahsoka, I don't think it's a problem. Cassian Andor isn't worthy enough to lace Kyle Katarn's boots. No, he's not. I don't know why they're wasting their time with that nonsense. Clips Films Melbourne, thanks for coming in. I know some fashionist people say, why can't they get Blue Eyes actor? Yeah, I think you mean fascist. And yeah, it doesn't matter. You can use contacts or whatever. Hence, the cliche, you have a face radio. Exactly. I think that what she does with Ahsoka, her voice, she's very good. I'm not trying to diminish Ashley Eckstein, but that doesn't mean that girl can get in front of a camera and act. For all you know, she's super shy and wouldn't even be able to do it. Now, I've seen her in interviews, and she does like conventions, and I don't think she's shy. I think she'd be okay. But is the girl like physically capable? Is the girl really an actress? I don't know. I don't think so. So just because she did the voice of Ahsoka doesn't mean, well, she has to be Ahsoka. It's dumb. Now, you look at Rosario, and I'm not saying she's the world's greatest actress, but she's been in a lot of big films and done very well. She's, I'm sure, has won some sort of awards. You know what you're getting with Rosario. She's a solid actress. So, you know. All right, let's continue. So they're talking about, like I said, Star Wars land and how they were going to have Indiana Jones in the heart of this damn thing, right? Okay, let's go on with this.
I'm going to go away. We're going to plug it right in there. The Mos Eisley Cantina was going to be right across from Star Tours, and we had all kinds of great concepts with that. And we had gotten way down the path on art drawings, and we hadn't gone into architectural drawings or anything. And then we got a call one day.
Okay, so Mos Eisley Cantina, we were going to connect with Star Tours, had the Indiana Jones, and they had it all planned out. There was also, like I said, there's an image of it where they had like the general layout and map, and then they get a phone call.
And they said, well, we got some news for you all. And the Imagineering guys, they've heard this line many, many times during their career. And I had never been through this. They said, well, yesterday, Bob Iger met with Kathleen Kennedy, who, as a lot of people may know, was sort of George Lucas's protege and headed up Lucasfilms.
Bob Iger met with Kathleen Kennedy. You know, that spells trouble.
And they had a conversation, they had a meeting. And Kathleen Kennedy, her point of view was, there are way more Disney or Star Wars stories ahead of us than behind us. So we really should think about, do we want to build a Tatooine and build what all the 50-somethings remember Star Wars is? Or do we want to build something else which is going to appeal to all the upcoming generations who are going to know the new stories? And
so, Miss Diversity, basically she's telling all the original Star Wars fans to fuck off. Let me tell you something. A little kid that walked into Tatooine and saw the creatures in the cantina and was walking around Tatooine with all those huts and buildings, stormtroopers walking around, dewbacks. Everyone, young and old, would have loved it. Yes, of course, the old fans would have recognized it and loved it more so, but I mean, how stupid are you guys? Let's make up a town that nobody knows, that doesn't even look like Star Wars, or let's make what's tried and true Tatooine with all of its fringes and goodies. I mean, it's not rocket science, guys. And you can see that Kathleen was like, well, I don't care about Star Wars fans. I'm just worried about getting new people in. How dumb do you have to be to alienate millions of fans that have kept this thing alive? You have this job because of 50-year-olds that were watching Star Wars. I'm not 50, and tons of people that are younger love Tatooine. So thank Kathleen Kennedy for Galaxy's Edge, which is totally failing, and that is empty, and that is overpriced, and doesn't even look or feel like Star Wars. Because they were literally, going to make a Star Wars land with Tatooine, and she decided, nope, we got to make it for new fans. Fans that we don't even know that they like Star Wars. We don't even know if they're going to continue liking Star Wars. Are they going to be around 10, 20, 30, 40 years later? Or you could have gone with the 40 years of fans that you had and made freaking Tatooine.
That day, the Tatooine was killed at the studios, and all those concepts were put on a shelf. And I'm sure they're sitting in a vault, and I'm sure they're going to be shown someday about what that land would have looked like and what the attractions were going to be. And the Imagineering team, we got off the phone, and I said, "Can you guys believe this?" And they said, "This is terrible. We've been working on this." I said, "Well, what's next?" They said, "Well, we're going to get on a call tomorrow and start over." I said, "That's it." They go, "Look, go out tonight. Go have a few beers, cry in your drink, come back tomorrow, and we're starting again." And they had been through this before. They know that until it's signed and until you start breaking ground, none of these projects are guaranteed.
Okay, so it shows a lot about Disney, how plans are up in the air and that they change them all the time and nothing's guaranteed. But yeah, they had this whole thing planned out and they just scrapped it. Kathleen Kennedy. Okay? So thanks again, Kathleen. You did a great job with Star Wars. Oh boy. Sure, let's build on things that might be. Exactly. Why would you just forget about your opinion? Forget about your agenda. Just forget about your age, your sex. You're in business to make money. You spent over $4 billion to acquire an IP, and yet as a business decision, you're going to go completely left turn or right turn, opposed to what has worked for, at that time, 35 years. How does this woman have a job? Seriously. And Iger let this happen despite Disney's years of expertise in this area. Exactly, because remember what they said. Her and Iger had a conversation, and Iger approved it because she sold this. She pitched this to Iger. It's in other interviews that, or in other articles, they mention it that, she told him this, that, we need to focus on the new fans and what's coming and not what we have. And Iger was like, oh, okay, we'll trust you, Kathleen. I mean, what's wrong with Bob Iger? What is wrong with this guy? That's like me going to Disney and saying, hey, go ahead and delete Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and Minnie and just get rid of all that. That shit is old. Nobody cares. Just delete it. Make some new characters because, who cares about 50-year-olds? Who cares that Disney's been around since the 1920s and that millions of people know freaking Mickey Mouse? Just delete it. Who cares? Make something new. Make a rat. Who cares? Why bother? I mean, how dumb are you, Bob Iger? Seriously. So while it's directly Kathleen's fault, obviously, yes, Bob Iger signed off on it. So, man, those two are such freaking boneheads. All right. So anyways, that's what I wanted you guys to hear, because I'm sure you've heard parts of this or about this, but I don't know that you actually heard the actual audio. And it's just amazing. Like, they literally, that's what they did. Kathleen said, screw it. We don't care about the 50-year-old fans. All right. Oh, this one's a good one. Star Wars confirms the real reason some stormtroopers rebel. So, we have the gist from the movie, although, as we know, the movies don't really explain anything, that Finn decided things just didn't feel right and he wanted to resist. I mean, that's what we get from it. He didn't feel good about it anymore and he wanted to defect from being a stormtrooper. Okay. But now Disney is trying to give an explanation to that. So, according to official tie-ins, being books, comics, etc., most First Order stormtroopers are recruited as children. This comes from the Delilah S. Dawson's novel, Phasma. She reveals that these children are then subjected to harsh regime of mental conditioning. Okay, we know that. We get it. Essentially brainwashed for blind obedience and loyalty. Okay, we got that gist. We know that. While that presumably works in the vast majority of cases, there is some resistance in Star Wars The Force Awakens. Phasma initially intended to send Finn for reconditioning, and she clearly seemed to feel there was nothing unusual in that being necessary. But why is the First Order's brainwashing program so fallible? Okay, here's where it gets good. Oh, Lord. So now you've got in the junior novelization of Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, which, again, I will mention that they don't all get in a room and say, okay, this happened, so we have to make sure that this happens or that it's continuity. No, it's like they just hire people and like, you get a story and you get a story and you get a story, and they all just make shit up. So they're constantly contradicting themselves. The junior novelization of Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, subtly hints the dark side of the Force itself is used as part of the brainwashing process, really. So Phasma, the stormtrooper trainers have the Force now, whereas Palpatine or Snoke or whoever, Kylo, are they hanging out and doing the training themselves? It expands on Finn's unease when he sees the Jedi mind trick and sees him begin to question whether the First Order had used similar techniques. Now they're referring to in The Rise of Skywalker, they're on Kylo's Star Destroyer. They're trying to get Chewie, and there's two First Order troopers that approach the three of them, Finn, Rey, and Poe, and she does a mind trick on the two First Order stormtroopers, and Finn has a reaction. But to me, that reaction was, oh, I didn't know you could do that. It wasn't like, oh God, a dreadful memory from the past. But this is how they're trying to explain it. So what was worrisome was if someone who lacked Rey's principles wielded such powers. Was that what had happened with the First Order? Had Finn's own mind and the minds of all the children taken to be soldiers been somehow warped and influenced by a dark power? I mean, seriously? So what, Palpatine's just hanging out and doing mind tricks on all these stormtroopers? I mean, I guess you could argue that he could, but it's just silly. We know Palpatine wasn't even there. Okay. So now, here's where it gets even better. If the Force has been used as part of the conditioning process, then you would naturally expect a minority of beings to resist it, simply because they are Force sensitives. That fits perfectly with a later conversation between Finn and Jaina, in which Jaina revealed her entire company had spontaneously downed weapons in the middle of a battle. This is towards the end of Rise of Skywalker, before the water scene, where she goes through the waves nonsense. Jaina, or during that scene, Jaina and Finn are hanging out in the Falcon, and they're talking about, oh, I was a stormtrooper. Well, so was I, and I defected. And, they had that little moment. Okay. So, in which Jaina revealed her entire company had spontaneously downed weapons in the middle of a battle. According to Jaina, there had been no conscious decision. There was just a sudden instinct, a feeling this was wrong. Finn, of course, concluded this could only be the Force, and he was probably right. Okay, nowhere in the movie does he say, oh, well, it was the Force. So this is the novel speculating that, because that wasn't in the movie. This has profound implications for the future of Star Wars Galaxy, because it generally assumed Rey will rebuild the Jedi Order. She already has one potential apprentice in Finn, but it seems she would be wise to turn to Jaina and her company of former stormtroopers as well. Viewed in that light, it's hard to avoid the conclusion the Force has already gathered together Rey's first generation of students, ready and eager to learn the ways of the Force. Presumably, any other stormtrooper rebel has the potential to be a Jedi as well. Phasma's comment about the stormtroopers need a reconditioning may well imply there are hundreds of potential Jedi out there. Come on, Disney. Seriously? So now Jaina and her little crew are all Force sensitives? No, they're not. We know they're not. And now they've been rustling up all these stormtroopers all over the galaxy, but yet there's probably most of them are Force sensitive and they are future Jedi. It doesn't work that way. Jedi are few and far apart. Jedi are chosen randomly by the Force. I'm sorry, but no. Half of the First Order was not freaking Jedi. It's just stupid. But again, this is just Disney trying to explain themselves out of a paper bag, and they're so damn stupid. They just literally make this stuff up step by step to try to explain it. We don't even know officially that Finn was Force sensitive. Now, I sensed it in Force Awakens. I sensed it more in The Last Jedi, and as many of you know, in The Rise of Skywalker, he says, "Hey, Rey, I got to tell you something." Now, I knew it had to be one of two things. Either, Rey, I'm so in love with you, or two, Rey, I'm feeling funny. I think I have a connection to the Force. Now, as it goes along, it really leans towards, he's Force sensitive. Like, for example, in the final battle of Exegol, he says, Jaina says, "How did you know that tower is where it is, on the main ship or whatever?" He's like, "Well, I could just feel it." So it was very implied that he had some sort of connection to the Force. Now, just because you have some connection to the Force doesn't mean you're a Jedi or that you have enough midichlorians to become one. Not to mention, you need years of training, you need the right teacher, you need to be in the right conditions, and also Finn is if Anakin was too old, imagine Finn, he's way too old. Now, Luke was older, he was 19, so it's not to say that you couldn't learn later, but you just see where I'm going. There's all these problems to where Finn had no clue or was just kind of figuring it out. So for them to say, well, Jaina and all these people resisted because they have the Force and that they were going to be a bunch of Jedi, it's just dumb. But if we want to play along, well, then why didn't you do that? Why didn't you make Finn a freaking Jedi? And why didn't you, if you thought the Finn story of him defecting and becoming a Jedi, what if 50 stormtroopers from all over ended up being Jedi? I mean, they could have done so much with these stories and these characters, and they chose not to. But yet, they want to fill in the holes with this nonsense. So, there you go. According to Disney, Jaina and all these stormtroopers were Force sensitives, and they were going to be Jedi because they resisted fighting for the First Order. When all it was, normal people. They were enslaved, and like any slave, it comes to a point where you want to fight back, and you see that what you're doing is wrong, and they just resisted. You don't have to bring the Force into it. You don't have to pretend they were Jedi because they weren't. Be real. Yeah, how absurd, exactly, D. So, all right, on to the next. Here's another great one. Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker. Hold on. Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker novel reveals that C-3PO has his prequel memories back. All right. This is great. There's a bunch of nonsense here. This is the important part. They're referring to, in The Rise of Skywalker, remember, he has to delete his memory because he can't translate the Sith message. He could have pointed at a map. He could have downloaded the information somewhere else. He could have done a million other things. He could have written it down. Instead, he can't translate the Sith message. Okay, whatever, Disney. But this is what this is referring to. So then, when he lost his memory, this caused a memory file that R2-D2 had restored to be accessed and read. Hold on a second. Okay, yeah, this is from... I'm trying to remember where this was. Okay, again, Rise of Skywalker Junior novelization. I don't know if it's the same one. I think it's actually a different one by Michael Cog. Cog. All right. So then he says that the reason that he lost his memory and how it comes back is this caused a memory file that R2D2 had restored to be accessed and read. It was a record of the moment when C-3PO's maker had fitted a photoreceptor into his eye socket and he had experienced the visual spectrum for the first time. The initial image of his photoreceptors had captured was of blue and white astromech. So they are claiming in the junior novel that the first thing that C-3PO saw was R2-D2. Okay. I don't know if Disney's watched the Star Wars movies, but I have a whole lot of times. Now, just a moment. Okay, first, we would presume that before Anakin meets Padme and all them, right? He built C-3PO. That at some point he had turned him on, and that he probably had conversations and was testing and tweaking and working with 3PO several times before he even meets Padme and Qui-Gon and them. Okay? So he would have put in his eye and he would have seen Anakin, and Anakin would have spoken to him several times, whether it be for months, years, weeks, whatever. But let's just say that for whatever reason, Anakin had gotten C-3PO up to this point, but never officially put in the second eye to officially like give C-3PO life, right? Or he does have life, but then he says, I'm blind, I can't see. So then he says, oops, and he puts in his other photoreceptor. I'm sure you all remember this because we're Star Wars fans here. Now, first again, I will reiterate that Anakin and C-3PO probably had tons of interactions. So naturally, the first person or being person, whatever, that he saw was Anakin. And furthermore, as an extension of that, he probably knows Shmi. But let's play along with Disney and say that this moment, when he puts his photoreceptor in his eye, is the first moment that C-3PO literally sees and connects and starts to create memory files. All right? Now, look at this image. This is literally a split second after Anakin had put that photoreceptor into his eye. Who is he looking at? Anakin! Literally, a split second after this, go watch the movie. He turns his head and he looks at Padme. And then he talks between the two of them. He looks back and forth at the two of them several times. It's not until he stands up and he's wobbling around and he starts going to the other side of the room that he then sees and interacts with R2. And R2 says, you know, hey, you're naked. And he's like, oh my God, my parts are missing or my parts are showing. You know, I always thought that was cute. So they're sitting here saying that not only that his memory file started building from when his eye was put in, which is bullshit. He already was a protocol droid. Even before his eye was there, he was speaking and he had his programming. Now, did he expand and grow his memory bank? Sure. But he already had software. But also that they're claiming that the beginning of his recording is when his eye was put in. Well, the first person he sees is freaking Anakin, not R2. So this goes back to what I say and we all say is that these freaking people haven't watched the Star Wars movies because he looks at Anakin first and then Padme. And he goes back and forth a few times and then he sees R2. Boy. How can you be so goddamn stupid? Seriously, Disney, seriously. So, you know, that was really the only point here is that he's claiming that as soon as had fitted the photoreceptor into his eye socket and had experienced the visual spectrum for the first time, bullshit, the initial image his photoreceptors had captured was a blue and white astromech. No, it was not. It was Anakin freaking Skywalker. Go watch the movies before you start making Star Wars content. Please, for the love of God. I don't know if there's anything else here. C-3PO had his memory erased by Bail, blah, blah, blah. Why R2-D2 didn't do anything with his memories in the original trilogy, like tell Lucas was dead. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, nothing that important. All right. So, anyways, he's just another example of Disney's nonsense. Yes, it proves they know nothing about Star Wars. And yes, listen, first of all, like I said, they should all be in a room and be like, here's what the story is. You have to build and respect off of this. Then you go to Filoni, Pablo Hidalgo, all these people that claim that they know Star Wars, and they're totally freaking clueless. They're not catching this or not caring. Then you got a whole group of editors. I don't know. Have they read any of these books? Have they watched the movies? Because this stuff is like child's play. Then you got Kathleen. Then you got Bob Iger. It's like none of these people see this shit. Now, as stupid as these people act, they're not that dumb because they do work for Disney and Lucasfilm. They just don't care. They don't care. They're just like, just make stuff. Just make shit. They're not going to notice. They're not going to care. It's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's not even like one person on a deserted island is writing a story. You're talking about a story that so many hands touch, that so many people look at, that they could cross-check and discuss, and nobody's catching this shit. This is so stupid. My Lord. See if anybody else had popped in. I don't know if Tommy left, but it was good to see him if he did. Okay, so correction, it further proves they know nothing about Star Wars. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And it's not even like this is deep lore stuff, or you have to be a Star Wars fanatic like me or Dave Filoni and know all this trivia and extra stuff. Just watch the goddamn prequel. Come on, man. All right, let's move on. Ahsoka. Star Wars Clone Wars retcons how Ahsoka survives Order 66. Now, I'm going to talk about that, but first I'm going to show you how they're retconning their own damn selves. Never mind the problem with Order 66. So, there was a few points here. Season 7 had concluded with Order 66, but it shows Ahsoka Tano surviving indifferent from what was previously known, and it's all for the better, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So what they're pointing out is let me find it here, guys, just a second. Okay, so you've got one, explanations of what she's doing in Rebels, which already is retcons the original trilogy. Then you've got her Ahsoka novel, which contradicts Rebels, which further contradicts the original trilogy. Lord. Now you've got Clone Wars, which retcons the Ahsoka novel, which is retcons Rebels, which retcons the original trilogy. And now you've got Mandalorian, which is going to now retcon Clone Wars, Rebels, the original trilogy, and the novel. Okay? So originally, let's see, Fulcrum, blah, blah, blah. According to Ahsoka's novel, let me see. She ends with a duel with Maul, trapping her to the former Sith Lord inside a ray shield. Ahsoka and Commander Rex are still on Mandalore, okay? Which in the Clone Wars, Ahsoka and Rex are in a spaceship, remember? And they're surviving Order 66, and she releases Maul throughout the ship and all the clones, okay? Order 66 is given. All except Rex, who had already removed his chip following the incident with Fives. A trooper who was killed, blah, blah, blah. They managed to fight off the clones and escape, as does Maul, but in order to completely disappear, Ahsoka and Rex fake their deaths. They even dig false graves, using another clone body for Rex. And Ahsoka leaves behind her lightsabers. The pair split up, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so in a way, Filoni took pieces of this, but one, they didn't really fake their deaths. They just escaped from the ship. They somewhat have faked their deaths by Ahsoka leaving one lightsaber at the end of Clone Wars Season 7. Okay? And Rex, there's no indication. He was just another clone. Everybody assumes he's dead. We don't even know that Rex escaped or that survived. Now, the way that they show Season 7, yeah, it's implied that they both get out and they're both alive and they both went off. But you see how this is retconning the novel, which retcons Rebels, which retcons the OT, and now Mandalorian is going to retcon this. Okay, so it's just a freaking mess. It's a freaking mess. So here in Season 7, which you guys have probably seen it, and I'm not going to go too much over that, and I kind of just touched on it. Okay, so, you know, they both escape at the end, and Vader finds Ahsoka's lightsaber. All right, so first, the Ahsoka novel came out October 11th, 2016. Okay, so from the get-go, Ahsoka is not, this novel isn't even canon, because anything that contradicts the Lucas era is automatically not canon. I don't care if Disney wants it to be. It's not. You cannot break history. You cannot contradict history. If you're contradicting history, then what you are creating is fake history. Is it something that if you want to enjoy that, you can? Sure. But that's not true history. Therefore, it's not true canon. This came out in 2016, which was also 2 years after they made everything Legends. So by default, the Ahsoka novel was never even canon to begin with. But now, they've made this novel as if it were canon. Then they contradicted in Rebels. Then they contradicted in Clone Wars Season 7. And now they're going to contradict it again in Mandalorian Season 2. This is Disney. All right. So, again, it's not that big of a deal because Ahsoka, okay, here's the biggest problem. Lucas said this for years. Ahsoka is dead by Order 66. So the fact that Filoni even has her survive, and Rex, is complete bullshit because they were both dead. Period. That's what George Lucas said. It doesn't matter what Filoni wants to do. She's dead. So the second she survives Order 66, they've broken canon and lore. They've damaged the old, and it's all bullshit. Now, they did that because they want to use her in other shows, other books, other things, and probably The Mandalorian. Let me remind you guys of Star Wars, of the original trilogy, and the point of A New Hope. The point was all the Jedi are gone. There was Obi-Wan, who is about to die and is very old. Yoda, who's reaching 900 years old, so it's not like he's going to be frolicking around saving the galaxy. So the last Jedi is Luke freaking Skywalker. This is important and has weight and was made a point because there are not Jedi running around in the galaxy. They were all killed in Order 66, not a loose one here or a loose one there. And I know in the EU there's like Asherad Head and other Jedi, and I like them and I think they're cool and I'm all for them. But the technical canon of Star Wars, the reason it's called A New Hope, not the New Hopes, not all the Jedi that are New Hopes, A as in one, New Hope, is Luke Skywalker. Later, he made them the twins, and there is another, and Leia has the potential. But that doesn't mean that Leia was actually going to train or was interested. Leia was much more interested in being a mother, a wife, a admiral or a general, a leader of the rebellion, politics. She was a different type of, she could help the galaxy in her own way much better than her being a swashbuckling Jedi. I'm not taking anything from Leia. I'm not saying that she couldn't or shouldn't be a Jedi or any of that. But it's just, that's not who Leia is. She's an educated girl that has other skills. She's like Padme, a badass. She's going to fight. She's going to be down and she's going to get dirty. But she's not intended to be the next Jedi. Luke Skywalker, A New Hope. There are no Jedi, Ahsoka. There are no Jedi, phony freaking Filoni. So from the beginning, Ahsoka doesn't even exist because it causes problems with the OT. So now, Mandalorian is 5 years after Jedi. If Ahsoka's running around with the Mandalorian, and so is Rex, they are directly spitting on and retconning the original trilogy. She cannot be alive. Okay? Now, let's further extend this with Rex. And I've talked about this before, but I'll go through it again quickly. Clones take 10 years to grow. They accelerate at twice the rate. So a 10-year-old clone is 20 to us, and that's when they were deployed in the Clone Wars. Okay? So if it takes 10 years to make clones, and they said that we have, I forget how many they had, but then they say that we have another million that will be ready soon, like months behind. The Clone Wars is 3 years long. It takes 10 years to grow clones. At the end of the Clone Wars, Emperor Palpatine gets rid of the clones because they're inefficient and they degrade. So then that's why he goes to Stormtroopers. So if it takes 10 years to develop clones, and according to Disney, the way that it works is they have Jango's DNA. And the more that they use his DNA, it diminishes so that future clones are not as high quality as previous clones, which is bullshit too. His DNA is his DNA. It's his code. So whether it's 5 years old or 1 year old, it doesn't matter. It's the same DNA. But we're going to go along with Disney's explanation that the clones degrade over time. The clones take 10 years to grow. The Clone Wars is 3 years long. Hello, Disney. So if you were to, during the Clone Wars or just after the Clone Wars, try to bring in more clones, it would take 10 years, which would be well into A New Hope. There are no clones at that time. Okay? So Rex, any new clones can't exist because they're done away with. Rex is growing at twice the rate. So if another 10 years go by, he's now 40 years old. Okay? Now, that's not to say that he couldn't be 40 years old in The Mandalorian, but do you start to see the problem here is that the ages and the time doesn't line up. Not to mention Rex would be greatly degraded because they degrade quickly and more so the older they get. This also causes a problem for Bad Batch. You wouldn't have Bad Batch because Bad Batch, the point is they are a bad batch. They are defective clones. But you wouldn't have been able to grow them in time for them to be a bad batch because by their own explanation, the first sets of clones are high quality because of Jango's high quality DNA. So you wouldn't even have a bad batch unless you had done multiple cycles of clones, which then would mean it would take 10, 20, 30, 50 years for them to start to have these problems with clones. So again, they cannot line up their own timeline. They cannot line up their own stories. Ahsoka and Rex not only should be dead, but their ages are off. They cause all kinds of problems in The Mandalorian. I think that they may do it because, they want the fan service, but it's just going to cause so many more problems with the OT. Now, to me and you guys, no, don't do it. It's going to conflict with the OT. But we've seen that Disney just doesn't give a shit anymore. So they're going to throw them in there, and now it's going to further disrupt Anakin and the OT and Luke Skywalker and all this stuff because they should not even be alive. If Ahsoka is alive, then Luke and Ahsoka should be meeting up. They should be sensing each other. She should have been a part of helping Luke to overthrow the rebellion, the Empire, and all this stuff. Instead, Ahsoka just disappeared. Instead, Yoda never said, "Oh, but wait, there's Ahsoka Tano. I can sense that she's alive. You need to seek her out." It's they retroactively are just destroying all of this stuff, which, High Republic, and I'm going to talk about that here in a few, is also going to do that. But their Mandalorian is from after OT destroying things, and High Republic is going to be before PT destroying things. So it's like they're collapsing on the saga. And soon enough, if we continue on like this, they're going to redo the prequels in the original trilogy, guys. Okay, we all know it. We all know it's coming. So hopefully I'm correct in that by January they have to make some moves and push sell off Lucasfilm, because if they continue at this rate, they're just going to destroy Star Wars all through, inside and out. It's just insane. So anyways, the point here was that Ahsoka can't even exist because she's supposed to be dead. Her novel came out in 2016, which already makes it non-canon, and they're contradicting their canon 3 times here, which also contradicts Rebels and the OT and Clone Wars Season 7. They are just a total mess. Boy. has zero continuity, especially within its own storylines. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like, not that it would be okay, but even if they could keep their own story straight, then they would have an argument. But it's like they literally can't keep their own damn story straight. It's insanity. Okay, now this was the most recent interview that Filoni had done on StarWars.com. And it's just a few seconds that I want you to hear, but I want you to hear from Filoni what he talks about canon. And I'm not saying that I disagree. I'll comment more on it afterwards, but I want you guys to hear from Filoni's mouth what he says.
That there's this notion that everything changed.
Okay, I'll let you hear. There's a little more to it, but that's true. I love the EU. I respect it. I support it. I'm all for it. But just know, guys, that the fact is that the EU was never technically canon. What it was is secondary canon. Even Rinzler was off when he said that. And the funny thing is, in Rinzler and other interviews has said that it wasn't canon. I don't know why he said that day. I think sometimes people do interviews and they're worried about the particular show that they're on. They're worried about what they're going to say. But and I can literally right now pull up like a dozen quotes of Lucas confirming this, that the only real canon in Star Wars was the movies. And then when Clone Wars came and he started Clone Wars, his intention was for the Clone Wars cartoon to also be canon, not Genndy. That was a promotional thing. The 3D, the Clone Wars, okay, that was supposed to be canon as well. Now, the problem with the Clone Wars is that Lucas sold it off, and then Filoni and everybody else started doing whatever they wanted with Clone Wars. For example, Mandalorians don't wear helmets, but yet in the Mandalorian show, they always have to wear their helmets. Ahsoka's still alive. So by default, by them retconning the OT and retconning the PT and retconning their own stories from previous Clone Wars, the Clone Wars has decanonized itself. It can't be canon because it contradicts itself. Okay, so Lucas had intended that show to start or to be canon, but that was also with him controlling it and overseeing the stories. Once he sold it and everybody else started doing whatever they wanted with it, that by default made it decanonized. So the Clone Wars isn't canon. Can you like it? Can you enjoy it? Sure, but it's not canon. Anyways, what I was getting at is that the only real canon was the movies and the Clone Wars cartoon. I mean, that's a fact. You just heard him say it, and it's true. I can show you the quotes. George Lucas said this many times. So, what I think is funny is he's saying that he doesn't have a problem with things being legends. Another thing I wanted to mention there. Now, the EU was very close secondary canon, and he touches on this, that as long as it wasn't contradicting the movies, then let's say a story about, whoever, Asherad Het, as long as it wasn't contradicting the movies, then you could fill that in and say, okay, that it can be canon because it's a side story and it's not conflicting. But the reason that it was never canon is because the second that Lucas would make a change to anything in the EU in the movies, then that would by default make the EU content, that particular piece of content, not canon, because what overrides everything is the movies. Okay, but to be fair, as a secondary level of canon, and we could all go with it being official canon, is the EU, as long as it was stuff that was not contradicting with the movies. So there's 2 points there. That one, the only real official canon was the movies and the show, and that two, that the EU could very exist in a parallel, no problem. It was secondary canon, and we could take it as canon as long as it wasn't contradicting. So here, Filoni touches on it a little bit more.
That was it. So everything else was they were set in stone. So it was not a big change for me whenever.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear what he said. I see that you said the audio, Dave, fell off. But anyways, what I just said is basically what he said. All right. And you can go to StarWars.com, Dave Filoni extended interview. So you can hear this at any time. It's around 41 minutes. Now, what I think is interesting and funny is that he's sitting here saying, well, it didn't really bother me that things became legend because technically they weren't canon. Okay, fair enough argument. And I agree, it is a fact. Lucas said this several times. But that also means, Dave, that all of your bullshit is not canon either. That all the comics, that all the books, the video games, all this other stuff that Disney has been doing since 2012 is not canon. Only the sequel trilogy is canon. Now he'll say, but the Clone Wars is. But as I explained, if the Clone Wars is retconning itself, then you further compound that by its retconning Rebels, the DOT, the Mandalorian, the comic books, then it's all not canon. Because canon is not flexible. You can't bend it or break it. You can't just choose like, oh, I'll throw this and I'll throw that. No, it's a continuity of a story. And the second you break that continuity, that piece of content is no longer canon. The only thing that remains canon was the previously established stuff. So while he's kind of trying to justify the change over to Legends, he's also putting his foot in his mouth because guess what, Dave? You've just admitted that all of Disney's stuff is not canon. They're so freaking stupid.
For what I'm saying, it's never Legends guys.
Right. So that's a good point. Like Ayla was secondary canon. She was EU. But then now that we saw her in did we see her in Clone Wars? No, just in Sith, I believe. But now that we see her on the big screen in the movies, Ayla is official 100% canon. Okay, no argument. It's the same thing. But you remember that it goes both ways, Dave, that this also damages all the nonsense that Disney has been creating. So, anyways, he goes on to say that the part of this line of thinking was because she was asking about Thrawn, and then he was saying what he was about to say next, and that the reason he said what he said previously is that rather than just creating new characters, he would refer to the EU. So instead of making a new military leader for rebels, he brought in Thrawn. Well, if you guys know Thrawn, if you've read what Thrawn's stories, I mean, he was one of the most cunning, intelligent, evil, awesome military leaders that the Empire ever had. And he's like this little pansy idiot in Rebels. So Filoni is justifying him bringing in characters, even though he makes them all stupid and is breaking lore, Ahsoka, Tano. He's trying to justify that, well, because George Lucas would bring things into canon. Well, that's what I've been doing. That's what he was starting to say, is that was his justification for Thrawn. So anyways, I just thought it was a little interesting thing because Filoni reaffirms what I've said many times and what I have the quotes of George Lucas, that the movies in this show were the only true canon. And that you could pull things into the canon, but it also goes to the other side of the other edge of the sword, right? That this also means that all the Disney stuff is under the same rules. So think about that. All right. Disney Star Wars is not canon. Yeah, no, well, it never was. The thing is from the beginning, they started changing things and contradicting the OT. So from the beginning, none of it could be canon because it was already contradicting pre-established lore and laws and rules and story and characters. So as I've said in other streams, Disney actually decanonized themselves, which is the funniest part of all of this. They literally did it to themselves. They decanonized themselves. Disney Star Wars is not canon. Never was, never will be, because they didn't want to respect the franchise. And I saw earlier, but I didn't get a chance to read it. Lol, my head hurts with all this retconning. No wonder so many people have dropped off from Disney Star Wars fandom. Yeah, and I'm not trying to put myself above anybody else, but I'm obviously a Star Wars fanatic and researcher, and I've been around since '77, and I follow this, and I look into it, and I try to keep track of it all as much as I can. Imagine me, that's a hardcore nutso about this stuff. You can't even keep it straight. I can't even imagine like a casual fan or someone that's new, it's just a total disaster. Like someone new would be like, but I just read that this was this and now it's this. It's like, yeah, well, it does hurt your head. Oh boy. All right. So anyways, that's what I wanted to show you of Dave Filoni, and I got more Dave Filoni goodies coming up here. So there you go. Okay. This was May 12th, 2020. The Empire Strikes Back played for a record-setting 61 weeks at Seattle's UA 150 40 years ago. Where were you? Now, this is like old new news, but it's such an awesome thing, and it ties into other things. UA 150 was a very famous theater in Seattle. Like, a lot of people around the country knew this theater. It would play, the biggest films, and it was just a very popular theater. I don't know, those of you that know Robert Meyer Burnett or have watched any of his streams or are subscribed to him, he's really a film expert, regardless of what you think of him. I think he's awesome, but just saying, some people, whatever, may not like him for whatever reason, but he undoubtedly is a nerd and knows film. And I mentioned him just because he had mentioned that he went to this theater as a kid to watch, I don't know if it was all the Star Wars movies or particular ones, but he had. Anyways, this was a very famous movie theater. Now you have, there's a few points to this. Rian Johnson, out of his ridiculous mouth, said, well, the Empire wasn't loved when it came out. People had problems with it. That's why The Last Jedi isn't appreciated. You guys will figure it out in 30 years. No, Rian Johnson, that's not correct. Everyone loved Empire. The lines were ridiculous, like blocks down the road. It was sold out for months on end, and it's always been beloved, and it is still beloved today. Is it everyone's favorite movie or Star Wars movie? No. But everyone recognizes that is a fantastic film. It's arguably the best Star Wars film of all of them. My personal is Jedi, but Empire's amazing. And it's just a ridiculous statement. So now to further that, Empire came out not too long ago. I saw it on July 15th. It was back in theaters. Very select, less than 1,000 theaters around the country. It was in theaters for about a week or two. I was fortunate enough to go see it. So a quick tie into that. If you have not heard, I have an Empire project coming out. It's called I saw The Empire Strikes Back in the theater today. And it's going to be a recounting of my experience after seeing it again in the theater 40 years later of watching The Empire Strikes Back. It's a very fun and cool project, and it has a lot of quotes from the film. And the people that are doing the quotes are fellow YouTubers. So a lot of them you will know and love. Some are bigger names and some are smaller names. But I have a lot of characters in there: Luke, Han, Leia, Vader, Yoda, Obi, all the usual suspects. And there will be voices by a lot of creators that you guys know. So that's coming soon. I'm just waiting for the final audio of lines to come in so that I can put them in. And that's going to be a very fun and cool video. I hope you guys check it out. It should be out soon. I keep saying like next week, but I'm still waiting on lines. So coming soon. I saw The Empire Strikes Back in the theater today. Okay, so check that one out. It's going to be awesome. And it's going to have quotes from a bunch of people. So with that said, I went to go see it. And it was reported all over the news. Guess what was number one in the box office? The Empire Strikes Back. Now, some people are going to say, but the pandemic, there was no movies. No. Goonies, Gremlins, I want to say Ghostbusters. What else was there? There was like a good 5 like classic 80s movies that were in the theater as well. And guess what was number one? Guess what was breaking the box office again? Empire Strikes Back. So to tie into this, this is kind of an old story, right? Being resurrected. Is there other pictures here? Yeah. Let's see, May 19th, 1980. Okay. So anyways, the point here, so that people understand, and I don't remember if it says it here specifically. Okay. The Empire Strikes Back was so successful and so important that at this UA 150, very famous movie theater, it played for 61 weeks. Not broken up, not back and forth. 61 consecutive weeks, The Empire Strikes Back was in this movie theater. So Rian Johnson, stick The Empire Strikes Back straight up your ass, because you could only dream of making a film of that caliber. It was in theaters for over a year straight. Oh boy. Anyways, very cool. A movie isn't in the theater for a year straight because people didn't understand it and people didn't love it. I mean, be real. Okay. About a month ago, for months people have been talking about it, but about a month ago it was trending on Twitter and some people were getting excited to make Solo 2 happen. How stupid are you? 1 month ago, Ron Howard says there are no plans for a Solo, a Star Wars story sequel. Well, there's no sequel plan now, and it's amazing to be a part of Star Wars movie that seems to be kind of an underground hit, which, no, it's not, which is not what you'd expect. But that's been an odd, strange journey for that movie. Yeah, it sure has. Ron Howard revealed to Radio Andy on Sirius XM. So for all you nutsos that say we want Solo 2, it's not going to happen. Not only was the movie just terrible and nobody cares about it, but Disney is about one thing and one thing only: money. Okay? Now, not only is Ron Howard telling you, no, there is no plans, and this is just a month ago, let's look at Solo for a moment. Domestic box office, $213 million. International, 179. It made 393 worldwide. Okay, and this was in theaters for months. It's not like it was just around for a week. It made, let's just say, 400 million. Okay. It cost 275. Now, you must double and often 2.5 that for marketing. So that's 550 at 2 times. Just off the bat, is 550 a bigger number than 393? Last time I checked, yes. So when a lot of us say that Solo lost money, it's not like facetious or, joking or wishful. I mean, it literally lost money, guys. And that's just marketing. Now you've got actors' points. You've got, bills they need to pay. Also remember that the box office, they don't take home 400 million. They get about half of the box office. Then you got taxes. Then you got to pay off contracts. There's toy contracts and other marketing stuff. I mean, they lost hundreds of millions of dollars on Solo. Disney cares about money and only money. Solo 2 is not going to happen in a billion years because from no other reason, Disney's going to be like, no, we lost hundreds of millions of dollars negative on this film. There's no way in hell they're going to make a second one when the first one lost that much money. Here, you know what? Just for the fun of it, 1 second, because I love this. Just one moment. Should have had this guy ready, but it'll take just a second. There you go. Oh, Disney. I don't even know. People, I understand if you like a certain film, if there's certain things you like, but you also, it comes to a point when these Disney fans need to just come to grips with reality. You know, when a company loses hundreds of millions of dollars, they're not going to make a sequel to it. They sometimes hesitate to make a sequel of successful films. Solo doesn't have a chance in the world. I'm sure it's no loss to anybody in this chat, but I just think it's hilarious when they're talking about make Solo 2 happen. It's never going to happen. All right. Anyways, let's get back to just wanted to show that, you know, when the director and the numbers show you that it's not going to happen, it's because it's not going to happen. Oh boy. All righty. All right, so this was fairly recently, August 13th. I'm sure some of you had at least heard of this, that they're going to make a new, Christ, one moment. Stupid ads. Okay, they're going to make a new holiday special out of Legos. Now, before I even get into the details of that, George Lucas hated that thing. He wanted it to disappear, and he literally tried to have all the copies burned. Side note, I have it, and I'm going to be releasing it just before they release this. This comes out November 17th. I'll probably put it out a week before. One, because it's closer to the holidays. I've been waiting for around Christmas time to release it. But also because I know that when this comes out, everybody's going to be, well, the Disney heads are going to be searching for it, and it's going to help me. It's going to help me putting the original up, getting found in search. So strategically, I'm going to put it up before they do. Anyways, so if anybody wants to see the old dreadful holiday special, I'll be putting it up mid-November. So Lucas hated it. He wanted to get rid of it. Now, if you have crossed Lucas and you've made a mess of Star Wars, then why else would you be making this other than to spit in George's face? Okay, so it's not even like what they're doing with it, but just the fact that they're doing this is to dig at George Lucas. Remember that. Now, oh boy, premiering November 17th. It'll be on Disney Plus, and it's going to bring Rey, Finn, and Poe back together, which is the only way they're going to get those three back together outside of a cartoon. To do a holiday special. Okay, so it's actually going to they'll be traveling through time, at least Rey will. So they're going to be showing like different parts of the PT and OT throughout. Now, we wanted to give a wink and a nod to the original. Executive producer Josh Rhimes says, adding the new 45-minute holiday special was inspired by It's a Wonderful Life, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Christmas Vacation, and Old Burl Ives musical chair. Now, before I get more into that, let's look at Josh Rhimes. Josh Rhimes. Lego All-Stars, okay. But note, he worked on Resistance, which pretty much everyone tells you is a disaster. Galaxy of Adventures. If you guys have seen those little cartoons, they're retconning Star Wars. Now Leia is, you know, smacking Han Solo and saving Luke and all this other nonsense that they're doing. They're changing the Battle of Hoth and all this stuff with those little Galaxy of Adventures cartoons. Then you got this Lego Star Wars. That's a game, I believe. Okay, so this is some stuff he's known for. Let's look at some more. He's part of the Bad Batch. Well, you know how I feel about the Bad Batch. They retcon a lot of stuff. Wrecker is, you know, flipping over clone transports. The main guy, I always forget his damn name. He can sense electromagnetic waves across the planet, which Anakin and Yoda can't even do that. You know, so he's a part of that mess. He's a part of Galaxies of Adventures, and not just one part or episode. I mean, like the whole bullshit series. He's that guy. He's part of the Clone Wars, which, as I discussed, has been retconning Star Wars. Again, Bad Batch. Look how involved he is in Resistance. Okay? This is the guy that's in charge of the holiday special. Star Wars All Stars, Forces of Destiny. This is more retconning nonsense. Freemaker Adventures, that I'm not familiar with. BoJack Horseman, Booth at the End, Star Wars Rollout, some of the stuff I don't even know. Look how involved he is in Rebels and other Star Wars retcon. Okay. He was part of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm not a huge fan of that show, but for what it was, the style of what it was, I thought it was very well done, well written, and it wasn't really my style of comedy or comedian. But I'll say for what it was done well. If I don't know if you like it or not, I'm not a huge fan. Lego Star Wars. Okay, so you can see the stuff that he's working on is all the kiddie crap that is retconning and damaging the OT. Resistance, Rebels, Forces of Destiny, Galaxies of Adventures. This is the guy that is behind the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special. So guess what's coming? Smacking around the OT and disrespecting George Lucas some more. Okay, so Rey and droid pal BB-8 head off on a quest to gain deeper knowledge of the Force. But their visit to a mysterious Jedi temple sends them careening through time and space. Here we go with the freaking veil and Rebels bullshit. There is no time travel in Star Wars, Disney. Rey interacts with Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and other characters. Okay, so now Rey is going to go back and start interacting with and showing up all the boys and changing events. Like, remember I said a few minutes ago, they're going to start messing with the OT. Well, here you go. You see, they're not going to just, they're not dumb enough. They know to not just like blatantly make new OT movies. They are going to weasel it in. They're going to slowly, part by part, show you, well, this Leia's really this way, and that Rey really did this, and all that, and they're going to slowly get people to start accepting that this is what it is. So, okay, she's going to start interacting with all these old characters. Now, Yoda and Rey. I mean, oh boy, that's going to be... Some of the franchise's most beloved moments as they try to return in time for Life Day, which if you've seen the holiday special, you know what that is. If you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it, but it's an important day in Star Wars, and this gives you a reason to now watch the holiday special when I put it out. Haha. You could also Google it, of course. Life Day feast with friends on Chewbacca's Wookiee home of Kashyyyk. So she's also going to Kashyyyk. Oh boy. It's a celebration of the saga. Oh, really? A lot of characters will be interacting with different characters and perhaps even different versions of themselves at different ages. Now, this is Mace Windu. See the purple lightsaber? This guy is going to be Obi-Wan. That might be Luke. I see Han here. You've got a snowtrooper. This is a First Order, but it's a First Order snowtrooper, a Sith trooper. There's a regular stormtrooper back here. This is Anakin. Here's Anakin's pod racer. Here's Sebulba's pod racer. Here, I think that's a snow speeder upside down, crashing in the sand. Okay, so now they're just going to jumble all these characters and all this stuff and create an even bigger mess. Because now Rey is going to be interacting and affecting all these characters and all these stories and screwing up the OT. Lego versions of Emperor Palpatine, Vader, and Kylo get to hang out together. It's really hilarious what's going to happen with those guys, Rhyme says. But at the heart and soul of the special is Rey's relationship with Luke. Not the old Jedi Master Luke she knew, but instead the rookie rebel version from George Lucas' original 1977 Star Wars. Okay, first of all, you're retconning yourself because she doesn't even know Luke or meet him until The Last Jedi or the end of Force Awakens. But they're going all the way back, like I said, to the beginning, original 1977. They're going to start messing with stuff. Now, it becomes a much different take on the teacher and apprentice with more seasoned Rey and a younger Luke. So now Rey's going to go back in time and start schooling Luke Skywalker. Life Day was an easy sell with Lego and Star Wars because it gives you the license to be a little more playful and comedic, which if you had done Star Wars correctly, you could have had Life Day in the sequel trilogy. I mean, it's not even he adds a Lego versions of some of the Wookiee characters from the 70s special will appear in the upcoming update. Okay, so that's basically it. Now, I know that somebody could be thinking, or someone in the future could hear this, and D, I just saw your comment. I'm not sure where you heard it. I was either talking about Ahsoka or Rex, but if you're referring to the Legos, Rey, she's going to go back in time. So, anyone that watches this might say, but it's just Legos. It's just a side story. It's not going to be true canon. Well, no, I'm not saying that it's going to be canon. But what happens is you start programming people, especially little kids, that now Rey is the bestest ever, and that she's traveling through time, and that she really taught Luke, and that Vader and Palpatine and Kylo were all hanging out. And I mean, it just further is going to confuse and make more of a mess, and it starts to program kids to start to think that this is what Star Wars is. Because most kids at this point are going to go start with the OT and then work their way forward. They're, going to check out the new Lego holiday special. And now they're going to get it in their heads that, Mary Sue Ray is, traveling through time, and that Luke is the hero because of Rey. Somebody kill me now. Yeah, sorry, D. I don't know where you came in or what you heard, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I think I was talking about Rey. So there you go, guys. The holiday special is going to have Rey time traveling, and all these characters are going to be in the same room. And now, had they respected Star Wars and they were just being cute, and all the generations were together, and it was a respectful Skywalker saga, great. We would all love that. But as we know what Disney has done, all right, and this is again injecting the beginnings of retconning the OT. It is coming, guys. It is coming. Have no doubt. The High Republic, this Ahsoka nonsense, this holiday special, all the comics and Galaxy Adventures, and all these little things. They're slowly injecting little pieces so that you start to get used to Mary Sue Ray and her story. Okay, let's move on. All right, August 14th. The Mandalorian's Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni on bringing Star Wars to TV and scoring 15 Emmy nominations. First, I want to mention, just because you get nominated for 15 Emmys doesn't mean you're going to win any. We'll see what happens. I personally don't think it's going to win any. Best drama? I don't think so. The makeup sucks. The costumes aren't anything special. The special effects aren't anything special. What looks really good with The Mandalorian is like the environments and the fact that they're doing it in that studio. But if you really look at the characters and the makeup and the masks and go watch the Mudhorn. That thing looks terrible. The Mandalorian suit and his appearance isn't anything exceptionally special. What does look really good is his ship looks really cool, and it's well detailed. Baby Yoda is very believable. He's very cute and looks good. But for the most part, this show isn't exceptional as far as the quality of content, the production. Okay, never mind the story or how you feel about it or that it's Star Wars. I'm talking about just from like a production standpoint. I mean, you can get nominations all day, but how many are you going to win? Will it win something? Well, I don't know. I guess it may win something, but I don't see it winning 15 nominations. Sorry. Not when there's Dark, which if any of you have not seen Dark, go see it because it's, my opinion, it's the best TV show I've seen in years. Dark is amazing. Writing, characters, actors, sets, scenes, story, it's fantastic. It's a little bit of a mind fuck, but it's amazing. Dark is 12 points, not even 10 points. It's amazing. And you know what I started watching last night that I keep hearing about and I never got around is Cobra Kai. Man, what a cool show that is. You talk about respecting canon. I mean, it's like it's modern day, like what happened 34 years later, but it's like all totally on point, respectful. The school, the car, the neighborhood. I mean, it's 100% on point. Cobra Kai is awesome, and it's got a lot of funny stuff, and it's really well written, and it's just awesome. I love Cobra Kai. It's amazing. But Dark, far and away, is the best thing I've seen in years. Which I don't know that Dark is made in Germany, so I don't know that it would qualify anyways for an Emmy, but just saying, when there's other shows out there, The Boys, Umbrella Academy, there's just other stuff out there that I don't see The Mandalorian taking 15 Emmys. Anyways, the key here was, let's see. Okay, and I'm sure a lot of you had heard this, but just to touch on it, is that Favreau had said, but we always knew, and this is something I learned from over at Marvel and working with Kevin Feige, if you always want to keep the core fans in mind, because they have been the ones that have been keeping the torch lit for many, many years, but these are also stories for young people and for new audiences. These are myths, and so you always want to have an outstretched hand to people who might not have that background. And so you're really telling two stories at once. You're telling the story for the people who are fresh eyes, and you're telling the story for people who've been there with the property and with the stories and characters for so many years, and make sure that you're honoring them as well. Okay. Now, when a lot of people saw this, they were like, oh my God, Favreau's on our side. See, he cares. And I'm not saying that he's not. I'm not saying that he doesn't care about Star Wars. But, I think people took this a little too close to the heart because, first of all, in the situation that Disney and Star Wars has been for years, the movies have been out before The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian, remember, came out just before, like literally a month to the day before The Rise of Skywalker. So in the current situation of the Star Wars franchise, you shouldn't be experimenting and you shouldn't be worrying about new fans. You need to get us back. Stop fucking around. Okay? So I understand when you make a new show, you want to try to get in as many people and you want to bring in new fans. But when you've done such dire damage to a 40-year-old franchise, you need to worry about your foundation and fixing things than worrying about new kids coming to Disney Plus. Because the people that are paying for the subscription are us adults anyways. All right? Second, has he really been respectful to Star Wars? Well, we all have our opinions. I have a series called All the Problems with the Mandalorian, which chapter 2 is coming very soon. I'm almost done with it. And I'm going to tell you guys, The Mandalorian's a freaking mess. Lore-wise, production-wise, it's a goddamn train wreck. And some of you are refusing to see it, but go watch my video and I break it down and you're going to see it's a freaking mess. Doesn't mean you can't like it. Doesn't mean you can't have fun. If you just shut off your mind and want to just watch a little fun show, okay, it's fun. It looks cool. But is it really Star Wars? Be honest. It has so many problems. And has it been respectful? No, it hasn't. Because his weapon, his suit, the story, all of it was the Boba Fett movie. It was underground TV show, and it was the 1313 game. And all three of those were Boba Fett. Instead of making a Boba Fett show, which they should have done with an established character, they made this pansy Mandalorian who is screwing up and getting knocked on his ass every 5 minutes. It's not respectful. It's not respectful for now you're saying, well, Mandalorians don't take off their helmets. Hello, Jango Fett. Hello, Bo-Katan, Pre Vizsla. It's not even respecting its own lore. So again, Filoni, who's supposed to be keeping track of all this stuff, is retconning himself. Hey, the Mandalorian is retconning the Clone Wars, which retcons the OT. So while I think that Favreau has good intentions, one, he's a huge fan, but he doesn't know the lore, guys. I've shown it in my videos, and if you really pay attention, he doesn't know the lore. He just is, in that sense, kind of a casual Star Wars fan. He does love it and respect it. I'm not saying that he doesn't, but it's not like he's going to lead the torch, lead the way for Star Wars because he doesn't know it that well. And then you got Filoni, who does know a lot of this stuff, but doesn't give a damn. He's just retconning stuff left and right. So if you're counting on those two to save Star Wars, not going to happen. Has he been really respectful? Well, it's not as disrespectful as the sequel trilogy. We'll give you that. But have you been true to Star Wars? Come on, guys. Be honest with yourselves. It's not. So I'm not hating on Favreau. I think he's an awesome guy. I think better him than Kathleen Kennedy. No argument there. But is he the guy to turn Star Wars around and understand it and know it and love it? No, he's not. And we've seen what Filoni's doing, so we can't trust him either. So, in my opinion, they need to wipe out all those people, start over, and get the right people in. Now, that's not to say that Favreau can't continue with The Mandalorian or that they need to fire Filoni, but somebody has to have a serious talk with Dave and be like, one, you need to start respecting this shit and get your story straight. And Favreau, you know, you can continue on, but we need to start respecting Star Wars, dude, because this is like nonsense. All right, next. So not too long after, you've got on August 18th, Mandalorian bosses revealed George Lucas's reaction to the Disney Plus series. And I love this one because, again, people read the headline or skim through the article and now they're going around like, oh, George Lucas loves The Mandalorian. Did he know? First of all, George Lucas was on the set one time, guys, one time. And everybody makes it like he's writing The Mandalorian. No, he did not. He is in none of the credits. He has nothing to do with The Mandalorian. That he's hanging out and doing all this stuff. Yeah, every now and then, him and Favreau or other people talk. But Lucas is busy and uninterested. He's not like hanging out with these guys making The Mandalorian. He's just not. You see pictures of him on the set. It was the same day. Trust me when I tell you that in the state of Star Wars and Disney's financial situation, if Lucas was there even for another minute, they would have pictures. They would be showing every single time he's on the set. Like, see, he keeps showing up on the set. See, he loves Star Wars. He loves The Mandalorian. And they're not. Why? Because they don't have the pictures because he's not on the freaking set. George Lucas is not at all involved with The Mandalorian. I'm sorry to burst many people's bubble, but yes, he's the farthest thing from The Mandalorian. And furthermore, if you go look at the credits of The Mandalorian, executive produced by Kathleen Kennedy. So for those of you that think Kathleen isn't part of it, wrong. She's totally behind The Mandalorian. So get ready because season 2 is going to go. Wait till you see what's coming. Now, I don't know what's coming, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to get ugly. All right, so the important thing here is, let me find it real quick. Okay. Dave, you are very close with George Lucas and considered by many fans, not by George, not by Lucasfilm, not by people that know, but by fans, to be his heir apparent. What kind of feedback did he give you about season 1? Not a tremendous amount. We talk about other stuff when I talk with him. I like to get more knowledge. He'll give me some reminders, especially before I shoot something, about how many setups I should try to get in a day. And I might rack his brain for certain things about how to cover a scene. He's been very complimentary. Okay? Nowhere does he say that Lucas is involved, that he's telling us canon, or giving us story treatments or ideas, or that he's a writer, or that he supports it. Nowhere is none of that. And people blew this thing out like, yeah, he's very complimentary and he's helping you to develop as a director and move into TV and movies. Not The Mandalorian. He literally says, we talk about other stuff. Oh, I love this stuff. Now, here's what gets better. I think, keyword think, I think he's enjoyed the show. And he once said that he now gets to watch it as a fan and watch it as a viewer. Doesn't mean that he is a fan. He's just saying that he gets to watch it as a fan and that he thinks he enjoyed it. Not that Luke said, good job, the show's awesome, I love it. He says he thinks he's liked it. He can't even say that George Lucas even likes it or not. Trust me when I tell you, George Lucas is face palming when he sees the Mandalorian. He's saying, who is this fake ass Boba Fett? This is all over the place. 1 minute he's the best in the parsec. The next minute he can't even stand up to Jawas. Come on, Disney. Come on, Filoni. People blew this all out of proportion. Like, Lucas loves the Mandalorian. No, he does not. Sorry. I think he enjoyed it. It's hilarious. Oh boy. My job is to bring that knowledge forward and pass on what I've learned from him in every discipline to John and to the creative departments. Okay, so there's a bunch of other blah, blah, blah here. It doesn't matter. That was the point I wanted to make. Now, I'm going to really drive the stake into the heart of these Disney fans or whoever that thinks George Lucas is his mentor and they're best buds and they talk all the time and he's part of the Mandalorian. I wish I had that sound effect, the big X. Wrong. This was May 4th. E.T., Dave Filoni, literally the day that Clone Wars Season 7 came out. Okay? I'm not even going to comment. I want you to hear for yourself what Phony Filoni has to say.
I know that you had conversations with
Can you guys hear that? I think I shared the audio, but let me reshare it just to be sure. Oh boy, is this good.
I spit something brown.
That bald eagle.
Okay, hopefully you guys can hear that. But she just said, I know that you and George are close and that you guys talk all the time. Now watch what Filoni says. No, yeah, but I don't know that I had audio. Here, let me rewind it a little bit and let's see if you can hear it now.
It wouldn't be nearly as good, I think, as it is now.
I know that you have conversations with George Lucas. I was curious if he has seen the finale.
Okay, did you hear that? I know that you have conversations with George Lucas, and I know he's seen the finale. Well, no, you don't know that. Are you hanging out with George, and he told you he saw that? If anybody can confirm, could you hear her? Oh God, this is so good. You couldn't even make this stuff up. It's so good. All right, well, this is a delay. I'm going to assume you guys can hear it. I'll go through it. It's only a few seconds anyways, and I can replay it. Okay, good. You can hear it. Now listen to what Davy Boy has to say.
I haven't talked to him about that since that's been on, so I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? He's a busy guy. You'd be surprised. He's a very busy guy. I always laugh. He's up to so many things, but that's his mind. He's so creative, and there's always avenues that he's exploring. But I haven't talked to him for a little bit now, but I'm sure we'll talk eventually about it. He's
okay. So I don't know if you've seen it, but apparently this girl claims she knows. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know, And then he looks to the side and he's like, well, I don't even remember the last time I talked to George. So for all of you that think they're buddies and George is mentoring him and giving him canon and overlooking the Mandalorian and the Clone Wars, George has no parts of this mess. Give George some respect. He wouldn't be a part of any of this nonsense, all this retconning. This is phony Filoni, all of it. Clone Wars, these books, freaking Mandalorian, all this stuff. He doesn't talk to George like that, guys. Yes, does he have Lucas on his cell phone? I'm not arguing that. Can he call up George Lucas pretty much any day and time and say, hey, man, I need your help? I'm not arguing that. But if you think that he's like on the phone all the time with George, like, hey, George, does this fit? And is this correct? And should I do this? No, guys, it's not the case. George Lucas is off doing his thing. And all this nonsense that you're seeing is phony fucking Filoni. Okay? And he just admitted on May 4th, he doesn't even remember the last time he spoke to Lucas. It's been a while. All right? You heard it from his mouth. I'm not making this shit up. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me because people like, Lucas is involved and he's coming and saving. Now, I'm not arguing. I believe Doomcock's rumors. Let's talk about that for a second. Wholeheartedly. I've spoken to Doomcock. He's a very honest and awesome guy. His rumors have always been on point, and I'm not at all negating or doubting Doomcock's rumors. I personally think that by January, they're going to announce the sale of Lucasfilm. Hopefully, Lucas buys it back, pennies on the dollar. But whoever gets control of it is going to have the brain to say, hey, George, can you get involved here? Hello. But even if Disney tries to hold on and tries to keep it, they have no choice but to bring in George. I think it's very likely, one way or another, George Lucas is going to have to get involved because Disney's tired of losing money. So he's going to come in and retcon the sequel trilogy. I'm not arguing that. I think that's what's going to happen. But I also have to make it clear that him and Filoni, they're friends. They have each other's number. I'm not saying they're at odds, but be honest. If you had created Star Wars and you see all this stuff that they're making, that Dave is doing, are you going to be on the phone like, hey, that was great, buddy? No, obviously not. Ahsoka's dead, you dumbass. Fucking Filoni. So, it just goes to show. People say a lot of things, but I always want to remind you guys that Not My Star Wars will never lie to you, and I spend hours upon hours researching. If I tell you something, I'm not saying that I'm God and that you have to take whatever I say, but just know that I do the diligence to research it, cross-check it, make sure it's real, and if I tell you something, it's because I can, like this interview, pull it up and show you the proof. I have the receipts. I hear all kinds of stuff about all kinds of stuff, and I'm just shaking my head like, where are you guys getting this from? Because it's not true. Anyways, you just heard him. All right. As a matter of fact, it's so short and it's so juicy. I'm going to play it one more time just because it's just so damn awesome. Here you go.
It wouldn't be nearly as good, I think, as it is now.
I know that you have conversations with George Lucas. I was curious if he has seen the finale.
Okay, and that part to me kills me. Like, I know that you have. How do you know what George Lucas is talking to who or what he's doing? You're speculating, little girl, off of the rumors that you hear on the internet.
I haven't talked to him about that since that's been on, so I don't know. Maybe, who knows? He's a busy guy. You'd be surprised.
I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know. Maybe he likes it. The show that he created, that everybody claims he's involved with, but he doesn't. Dave Filoni, of all people, Dave Filoni doesn't know if he's even seen it or if he likes it. Oh, it's great.
He's a very busy guy. I always laugh. He's up to so many things, but that's his mind. He's so creative, and there's always avenues that he's exploring. But I haven't talked to him for a little bit now, but I'm sure we'll talk eventually about it.
I haven't talked to him for a little bit now, and you see how he looks like thinking about, like, damn, when is the last time I talked to him? No, but we'll talk about it eventually. Dude, if all was right at Lucasfilm with George Lucas, of course, he would have been at a premiere party. He would have been on the phone like, Dave, good job, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you finished out the series. That was a great ending, and this is all great. I love it. I mean, come on, be real. So if Dave Filoni, of all people, doesn't even know what he thinks or has spoken to him, it goes to show, was George Lucas at the Rise of Skywalker premiere? No. And he doesn't give a damn about Mandalorian, and he doesn't give a damn about Clone Wars. Why? Because George Lucas, more than 1,000 of me combined, knows the canon, and he's looking at this stuff like, what the hell are you all doing to my universe? Oh, Lord.
He's thrilled. I mean, he just loves that we brought it back to do the finish, and I think that he just likes seeing a lot of that work finding a way to be expressed finally. So
The final.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy for you, and he started it, so you might as well finish it. But he clearly does not say that George loved it and he's behind it and he thought it was awesome. Obviously not. All right, so thanks for the laughs, Dave. You're brilliant, dude. Dave has sent to George a preview copy of the material. Yeah, I'm sure he did. It's not to say that George won't watch it. I'm sure George, out of even just curiosity, is going to watch it. And I'm not even going to say that he totally hates all of it. But I mean, come on. If I know that Ashla, who is Ahsoka, is supposed to be dead, George Lucas obviously knows because he created Ashla. So if you're not going to pull the wool over my eyes or most people's eyes, you're certainly not going to pull it over George Lucas's. And this is what amazes me, is that Filoni says how much he loves Lucas and wants to respect the shit, but yet he makes stuff like The Mandalorian and Clone Wars Season 7 that is nothing to do. It's all retcons. Oh, Lord. Hats off to you do your homework, and it's much appreciated. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And, I'm not trying to sound high and mighty or any of that stuff. It's just, guys know that I take my time, and when I tell you stuff, it's because you can count on it, And if I make a mistake, I will say so. But let me tell you something. I've made a lot of videos at this point, and there was only one thing that I was kind of wrong. And that was, I said that Rise of Skywalker won't make $1 billion. And, well, it just scratched by and barely did. And that's even arguable because that's box office. They didn't take home $1 billion. They took home about roughly $400 million. I love Disney's nonsense. It's just, as much as all this hurts and it sucks, on the same token, it's like, man, you give me so many reasons to laugh, Disney. It's just, but yeah, why wouldn't Lucas have checked it out? Right, because obviously he's not that interested. Now, eventually, yes, of course he's going to watch The Mandalorian and all these things because it's his baby and he's going to check it out. As I've just shown you in the previous article and in this, Lucas is not like, yeah, that shit's great. Nope. He's not involved and he doesn't like it. All right. So, touching back on what I was saying with Ahsoka, Star Wars canon introduces another Order 66 Jedi survivor. Now, I'm not even going to go into this because who the hell cares? It's another, silly comic or I don't even know. Let me see if I can find real quick. Latest Star Wars novel, Dark Legends. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but it's, as I said with Ahsoka, there are no Jedi, guys. So after Order 66, you can't have this guy. All right. Now, I will give one slight piece of leniency because in the EU and, being an old fan, there was some talk that after Order 66, there was a small handful of Jedi, but Vader went down and hunted them. The Empire very proactively went down to make sure they were all dead. So to be 100% accurate and fair, at Order 66, that day, they weren't all dead. Okay? There were a few, but 19 years pass till it gets to Star Wars. And well before they get to 1977 Star Wars, all the Jedi are gone. Okay, that's a fact. Vader hunted them down. The Empire hunted them down. Some died or retired or whatever, but there were not Jedi in A New Hope. So this guy, another 66 survivor who's just some made-up guy, Kira Von Tala, I don't know, maybe it's a girl. I don't even know. It doesn't matter. I'm not even going to waste my time looking at this because it's just, again, another retcon, another character they want to bring in. He may tie in with Ahsoka. Who knows? It just, another proof of their stupidity. All right. This is a short one, which I thought was interesting because August 20th. Because I had released a video just not too long ago of Disney's dismal third quarter financial woes. And in that, I have the investor call, and they say, we have furloughed over 100,000 employees. Now, they had announced a few months ago, I remember seeing that they were going to, especially Chapek and Iger, Iger claimed that he wasn't going to take a paycheck. He said, oh, no, I just won't take a paycheck, which I think is kind of suspect. But, okay, maybe you're that rich, dude. I think he said that for face. But I know that Chapek and Iger both took cuts. Chapek, I believe, was half, 50%. And the other executives at Disney had to take pay cuts. And now, August 20th, not too much longer, a couple months after, they're supposedly going to get their pay back. All right. Now, they did say that it was temporary from the beginning and blah, blah, blah. But this goes back to what I've been saying several times, is in the current situation of what Disney's in, is it wise to be worried about paying Chapek or these guys more money? And when you publicly have admitted there's 100,000 plus employees furloughed, is it wise to make on Deadline or public news at all that the execs are going to get their paychecks back? And yet the parks are empty. There's no movies. Disney Plus is struggling. Toys aren't selling. I mean, I just don't think it's very wise. First of all, to even do it, but then second of all, to make this public news. Eeks. So what I'm getting at is I can't even imagine being a Disney employee, a cast member, or whatever, and seeing this that at least Chapek and Iger are going to get their paychecks. No bueno. Okay. This one is I'm just going to touch on very quick because and I don't know if some of you saw this, but John Boyega, August 21st, tells toxic Star Wars fans, I don't fuck with you anymore. Okay. Now, not this article or anywhere is there specific as to who is the toxic fan or what was exactly said. But as most of us know, it's the freaking Raylos. It's the Raylos that got all crazy when he was making the jokes about laying pipe with Daisy Ridley or Ray, and it's not about who does what, but who lays pipe and this and that and the other. It's the Raylos, because I can tell you myself and the people that I don't consider myself actual Phantom Menace, but I support it. I guess I'm part of it, whatever. But I can tell you the Phantom Menace and the people that I know and follow and subscribe to me, none of us at once at any time has attacked John Boyega. Quite the contrary. Pretty much everybody loves this guy because he's just a cool dude and he's been exposing Disney. So as far as toxic fans, it's the nutballs, the Raylos. Okay. But I just thought it was funny, or I just wanted to mention it because it wasn't too long ago, just August 21st. He's like, I told you guys that I'm done. I don't want to have anything to do with these fans or Star Wars in general. So that was the main part of this article. I just wanted to refresh you because we're going to come back to John here in a moment. But, toxic Star Wars fans still find their way to my mentions. Lord, must I be blunt? I don't fuck with you no more, Boyega wrote. And they don't tell you to what specific tweet or why or whatever, but, it's the Raylos. It's the Disney nutballs. Okay. Now, this one is like a 3-part, but it just kind of goes back to what I'm telling you guys. Be careful with these rumors and what people say and assume. And before I even go into this is Making Star Wars. I'm not trashing Making Star Wars. I don't know the site well. I'm not trying to call them out or him or her. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to say they're liars. I'm not trying to downplay them or degrade them in any sense. All I'm saying is you got to be careful. Now, I report on rumors. Doomcock reports on rumors. Bounding and Comics reports on rumors. A lot of people report on rumors, but we also specifically say this is a rumor. Okay, and when you put out a headline like Obi-Wan Watch 2020, Star Wars Kenobi to start production in Southern California next month, and yes, there's a question mark, but you're still putting out into the air that next month Obi-Wan is coming. Okay, now this is all a bunch of blah 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 blah, nothing. But what happens is now this was August 21st. Okay, then it gets piggybacked by same day, later in the day. Obi-Wan Watch 2020, more Star Wars Obi-Wan, Ben Kenobi train yard filming corroboration, exclamation. So now you're starting to not only justify the rumor, but your previous article. And now you're treading dangerous ground because now you're saying, according to one of our sources, there will indeed be filming at the end of September. Bullshit. But that it will be nothing major. As it stands, the main cast will be brought in for the main production in 2021. Okay, so first of all, why would you even begin filming in September? Especially if you're not even going to be using the main cast. Number two, we all know it's a pandemic. Ain't nobody filming nothing. Be real. Okay. Number three, if this were true, again, Disney would be like, just like they did at D23 last year. And they held a whole thing and had Kathleen Kennedy with Ewan McGregor on a stage saying, we have the script and we're going to be filming this summer. Of course they're going to announce it because this is the biggest thing, even bigger than Mandalorian. If they can pull off Obi-Wan, people are going to eat it up. So if they even had the scripts ready, never mind beginning to film, they would be bragging about it. All right. But here's where the problem becomes is now you've got this site saying these things, and that spawned a bunch of other articles and videos and people saying, yeah, they're going to start filming. I can't even tell you how many videos I saw. I think one of them was Dork Side of the Force saying, they're filming next month. No, there's no proof. There's nothing here about that. Okay. Now it gets compounded by same day, later in the day, serious prep work underway at the train yard. Okay. And what he was corroborating is that there's these pictures. Okay. I'm not, again, I don't want to be mean to this guy, girl, group, whatever, but this is proof that Obi-Wan is filming. This could be Indiana. It could be leftovers from Mandalorian. It could be a totally different show. I mean, this is like nothing. Okay. There's like a stage thing here. They're claiming this is Tatooine. Well, I mean, how are you getting to this assumption? How are you reaching this conclusion? Okay, well, I guess this is Obi-Wan. All right, if you say so. Well, here's the definite proof. A yard with containers of sand. Yeah, they're filming next month. I don't want to be mean. I don't know this guy or girl or whatever, but it goes to show, be careful what you say, be careful the claims you make, and be careful what you guys repeat or hear as rumors, because trust me when I tell you, Obi-Wan is not filming next month. I still stand by the position is canceled and it's never going to happen. But could they get their shit together, finally get the scripts together, and next year begin to even talk about production? Yeah, I mean, they could. But after 7 years of talking about this nonsense, they can't even get the script straight. Everything's shut down for a pandemic. Disney is burning in flames. We don't even know. They just did some reshoots on Mandalorian season 2. They can't get Cassian started, which they said like 8 times. We're starting production. They can't get that started. Guys, be realistic. There's like this much of a chance that Obi-Wan's going to even happen. I'm not hating. I love Obi-Wan, but just being realistic, it's not going to happen. And if it does happen, guess what they're going to do? They're going to make him an asshole, just like they did Luke Skywalker. Do you really want to see that? I don't. So anyways, there you go. All right. I'm sure a lot of you heard about this one. Oh, Lord. August 21st, same day. Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy on Baby Yoda, The Mandalorian, and the future of Star Wars. Okay. Oh, God, this is cool. First, allow me to remind you. November 19th, 2019. Now, I can't, it's probably going to, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, it wants me to sign up or whatever. This is the point. In this article, this very famous article, here, I'm going to bring up the key of what she said here, and you all are going to recognize this and remember. Just a moment. Okay. Oops. Just one more second, guys. Does this look familiar to anyone? In that article, every one of these movies is a particularly hard nut to crack. There's no source material. We don't have books. We don't have comic books. We don't have 800-page novels. Okay, and that's a condensed version of it. Of course, you got Will Smith here, like, what? And the Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. I break this down. I showed lists of hundreds of games, hundreds of comics, hundreds of books. I mean, it's just, you don't have to be a Star Wars expert to know that there's just tons of material out there. She was lying through her teeth, because it's not that she's too dumb to know this. I mean, seriously, she's been around George Lucas for like 30-some years. She knows that when they bought Lucasfilm, she went in the vault and saw this stuff. She knows it's there. She was just trying to justify them not using his treatment and to say, well, we don't have anything, so we can make all new stuff because we got to just invent it. Okay, but I just want to remind everyone of this quote. All right. So now let's go back here. So this was August 21st, 2020. I think I highlighted it. Let's see. Okay, because there's a ton of mumbo jumbo in here. Her just shooting, blowing hot air like she always does. The link will be in the description if you want to read it. It's interesting to see all of her lies and stupidity, but what matters is, and she kind of takes claim for Baby Yoda and all this stuff. Baby Yoda was a part from the beginning. We didn't know exactly what Baby Yoda was going to look like and necessarily call him. And she goes on to say, like, we didn't know he was going to be so popular. I mean, come on. Babies are always cute and popular. If you guys didn't even know that Baby Yoda was going to blow up, therefore that you had to exploit him and have toys for him and that he was going to be the key of the show, then how clueless are you guys? Seriously. Anyways, here's the important part. At the end of last year, when The Rise of Skywalker came out, you said you wanted to take time to think about where the franchise is going from here or from there. Are you still doing that? Oh yeah, it's an ever-evolving process. When I personally came into this, George had already been having conversations with his previous actors, Carrie, Harrison, and Mark, There was a saga that the fans loved and never finished. He always talked about doing 9 movies, and he was ready to complete that. And so our focus had been from the beginning on finishing that saga. Okay, number 1, that's incorrect. Go watch my Skywalker Legacy video. I can show you tons of articles, quotes, video clips, behind the scenes. No. George Lucas' first intention was making Star Wars. When he signed that contract, he got the rights to make Empire and Jedi. Did he have the titles? Did he know exactly what he was going to do? No. But his first intention was a trilogy. Then, years later, knowing that technology advanced, he had Lucasfilm and he could do more, he said, okay, now let me make the previous stories, which will now complete the cipher, complete the story of why Vader is this and why all of this happens. The story of Anakin, because really the OT is the story of Luke. I mean, overarching it's Anakin, of course, but the OT is Luke, the PT is Anakin. Okay? In the Skywalker Legacy, he literally says, there is no story after 6. The story is complete. You watch the movies together, it's one story, and that's what I want people to see. Lucas, years and years and years and years ago, had mentioned 12 stories. Then he had brought it to 9. So it's not like he never mentioned it or thought about it, but concretely, he only went with 6, and he even says, again, that the story ends with the redemption of Anakin. It's over at 6. Okay. Furthermore, the story of 7 through 9 is supposed to be about the wills and the way that the Force works. It's not even really about Luke and all of them. Okay? Now, admittedly, he did. The reason that Carrie, Mark Hamill, and Harrison Ford had signed on is because before he sold Lucasfilm to Disney, I don't know why he did this. He tricked them or I don't know what, but he got them to sign. There's interviews where you see Mark. He says, yeah, I signed the contract. I was ready to go with George. And the next thing you know, we're sold to Disney. So I don't know the story of the wills. I don't know the story treatment. So I can't tell you how involvement they had there. But know that 7, 8, and 9 were like, okay, well, I could make 3 more movies. The characters are still here. And he said, okay, sure. But at the end of the day, the original plan was not 9 movies, Kathleen. The story ended. The Skywalker saga was over at episode 6. There's not even an argument there. So her saying that he always wanted to do 9 and blah, 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 not true. All right. And now we're stepping back. Now you're stepping back. Stories have been told within this universe over the last 40. No kidding. Really? There's been Star Wars for 40? I didn't know. And there's now this realization. The realization that this is a mythology that actually spans 25,000. You don't say, Kathleen. Really? When you really start to look at the different stories that have been told, whether it's in books and games. I mean, somebody kick this woman in the goddamn head. Seriously? We just need time to step back and really absorb what George Lucas has created. Now that you've destroyed Star Wars, now that all the movies are a total wreck and failure, you want to step back and figure out what you want to do with Star Wars. Oh my. And then start to think about where things might go. That's what we've been doing. And we've been having a great deal of fun doing it. Oh, I'm sure you have. And meeting with lots of different filmmakers and talents. Why aren't you meeting with George Lucas and getting this shit straight? There's so many fans out there and so many filmmakers that have been influenced by Star Wars for so long. It's a fantastic opportunity to get a sense of who wants to be a part of this. So that's what we've been doing. And you get a movie, and you get a movie, and you get a novel, and you get a comic, and who gives a shit? Just make stuff. This woman is such a disaster. Such a freaking train wreck. Now, I know a lot of you had heard this or seen this, but I got to cover it. And I just want to remind everybody, she literally clearly said none of this should exist. And now she's sitting here walking in the back saying, well, hey, there's 40 years and 25,000 years of content. But you didn't have anything to guide you through these movies. George Lucas gave you a treasure trove and literally the treatments 4, 7, 8, and 9, and you guys couldn't figure this out. Anyways, there's not much more here. She just, her nonsense. She just talks about Captain Marvel and, just her stupidity. The link will be in the description. This is actually an archive because the wrap, you have to be a member or whatever to read the article, but I'll put this archive link if you guys want to be able to read the whole article. But I can already tell you that's what matters, and it's just going to make you crazier because she's just an idiot. Lord. All right. And here's the original was in case that's the problem is Rolling Stone, you also have to be a member. But if anybody wants to cite it or no, it's November 19th, 2019, Rolling Stone magazine. All right, or rollingstone.com. That's where she said that stupidity. All right. August 22nd. So this is very recent. Star Wars, The Rise of the Resistance technical issues continue. Fails to open today at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Okay. Now, if any of you have been paying attention, this damn ride is breaking every freaking day. They constantly have delays, and it's constantly breaking. Galaxy's Edge as a whole is a total disaster, but the freaking main ride is constantly breaking. I've even shown clips and videos where Kylo's like just broken. He's just standing there and doesn't move. Half the animatronics don't work. It's just a fucking mess. It's 2020, billions of dollars, and Disney cannot get this thing. Disney World, of all places, cannot get this ride right. I mean, seriously. Anyways, it's just a harsh reminder that Disney is all over the place. And this day, it wasn't even like it was having issues. It literally was closed down for the day. It wasn't even like, we're not even going to try. Like, we're not even going to open it today. What a mess. I mean, every aspect, the comics, the books, the shows, the movies, the parks, the Galaxy's Edge, all of it, all of Star Wars is just a total freaking mess. All of it. There's not one corner of it. Legos, all of it. It's just trashed. Anyways, this article just basically covers that the Rise of Resistance doesn't work. It's not really news because it never works. Look, not boarding. And they're reporting how throughout the day they kept trying and checking, and that whole day was shut down. They're not even bothering. Oh Lord. Okay. All right, this one's interesting. This was August 23rd. I don't know that many people caught this one, and I thought it was interesting. Now, before I talk about this, I want to preface. You all know that Star Wars is a mess, and I'm the first one to say that. And I'm not saying that this could have saved everything. That obviously this should have been done correctly from the beginning. And the only way to really save this is just wipe all that nonsense out and start over and do it correctly. But if we're stuck with what it is what it is, right? Well, then Rian Johnson actually probably should have done this. And it might have, I'm not saying it's going to save Star Wars, but it might have actually, in my opinion, would have worked and would have at least, I can't say fix or make it right because it doesn't, but it would have maybe softened the blow and made more sense. Again, this is just a mess, and you're not going to fix it unless you erase it. But I just thought this was interesting because the guy that has done the most damage to this said that he had an awful idea, and in my opinion, would have been a great idea, and maybe would have helped save The Last Jedi and help. I mean, again, I can't say that. It's not going to save The Last Jedi, but it would have made it better, and it would have made this whole overall thing a little more sense or coherent. Just my opinion, okay? So, apparently he had various ideas that never made it to the film, but Johnson considered making a serious character a secret robotic. Nevertheless, he thought the concept was too foolish. Okay, so basically what was this is when he wrote The Last Jedi, who are Rey's dad and mom? The Force Awakens had hinted that they had The Force Awakens hinted they have been vital. However, the movie by no means revealed their identities. Right, they were nobody. Esquire says the script in The Last Jedi, Johnson created a doc. The way this is written is bad. Johnson created a doc, the place he included each concept he had about Rey's dad and mom, together with concepts he disliked. Man, whoever wrote and edited this is bad. What they're saying is that he had a document, right, a doc file of different ideas that didn't get used. All right. So one of the key ideas was, I honestly listed everything I could think of, Johnson recalled, even awful possibilities where I said, this is not what we're going to do. I mean, the less silly one was, is she a clone? Okay, well, we know where JJ got it. Anything that's a theory on Reddit now, I guarantee was listed on that document. Well, I would love to see that document. I couldn't find it, by the way. If anybody knows, has it, whatever, let me know. Johnson got here up with a sillier concept rooted in a small element in Luke Skywalker's life. Is my brain wires crossed, or is this guy like writing terrible? Anyways, okay, so the silliest one was, is she a robot? Johnson continued. Okay, we've seen a biomechanical realistic flesh hand on Luke. Could the technology have advanced significantly in the 30 years? And then I just started laughing. Look forward to the Rey was an almost robot headlines. Okay. I will again reiterate that no matter what he did, it was screwed up. Disney's burnt Star Wars to the ground, and it's a mess. But let's think about this for a second. What if she was not like a C-3PO, a Jedi robot, because there is Filoni made a Jedi robot. It was stupid. But what if she was kind of like a Terminator, like a cyborg? You get rid of this stupid clone nonsense. You don't have to bring in Palpatine. You explain where she comes from. And it also, although it can never be justified, it somewhat justifies her knowing everything, her being a Mary Sue. If she was a droid that was somewhat of a cyborg that, you know, for most of the trilogy, you think it's just Rey, but then you discover she's a droid, some sort of a droid. It could have been potentially the second biggest reveal in Star Wars and movie history. Number one being, no, I am your father. And number two, Rey is a, not Terminator, but you see what I'm saying? So while it still would be screwed up and Luke is Jake and all these things, I mean, compared to what we got, I would have gone with Rey being a droid. Not a C-3PO, guys. A very advanced, even more so than IG-88, and she's a cyborg type of thing, like a Terminator. Would it have fixed it? No. Would it? Is it the greatest thing? No, I would have scratched and not done any of this mess in the first place. But if I'm stuck with what you gave me, then I think the Rey being a robot would have been a great twist and a way to save your ass, Ryan. So it's just funny to me. And again, this is my opinion. Maybe you all think this is terrible, but my opinion is that had he done this, it's the one thing that he thought was the dumbest and the silliest, which would have been the best thing he did in all of his mess. I just think it's ironic. So, anyways, I don't know what you guys think about it or what other people would think about it, but I think it actually would have probably made sense and could have been intriguing and could have been different and could at least somewhat justify her Mary Sue-ness instead of just being, this amazing. In other words, Rey wouldn't really be that powerful in the Force. It's that it appears to us that she is because she's a very advanced droid. But in the end, whether Luke takes her out or Kylo or whatever, it's revealed that she's not really Mary Sue. It's just that she was this exceptional droid and was kind of playing it off. Now, you could take that a step further that Rey doesn't even know this. She doesn't even know she's a droid. And that's part of the conflict of her not knowing her family, where she's from, blah, blah, blah. And then later in the end, she herself discovers that she was a droid. So it just gives you like all these opportunities to spin and expand and do stuff. And I got to say it again. It's not my first choice. It's not what I would have wanted to do. I would have never made that nonsense, any of that shit in the first place. And if I had the power, I would just erase it all because it's nonsense. But if I have to go with what it was, then I think that Ryan's one thing that he thought was the most unusable, in my opinion, would have been the best thing he could have done within the constraints of his stupidity. So there you go. He had an idea for a Rey robot. Anyways. Okay, I don't see anybody commenting on it, so maybe you all hate the idea. All right, let's keep going. And we're getting down to the last few articles here, so for what it's worth. All right, so recently I discovered Movies Anywhere. Most people don't seem to know about this site. It was just, this thing has been around. Here says 2019, but I had looked it up before. I think it's been around since like 2013 or something. Let me just double check that. For posterity, it's founded 2014, February 25th, 2014. Okay. Now, it's amazing to me that people don't even know about this site, which goes back to Disney's marketing. I don't know what these guys are doing over there. But this is basically a service where you can curate all your favorite movies and shows on one site. In other words, you could have all these services or some of these services, and instead of me having to log into Netflix or go to Prime or Apple TV, I can bring them all to this site and then just have my library. So the concept is okay, I guess. I mean, it's whatever. It's not that big of a deal to go to Netflix, but okay, I get it. It says no subscription, no fees ever. I don't know how it really works. It doesn't concern me. The point of this is, one, people don't seem to know about it, which is intriguing. Two, here's Disney Plus. Just a second. Okay. Now, I build websites, so a lot of the stuff I kind of see behind the matrix. But if you look at the layout and the structure of this, it's the same damn site. It's just got some different skin on it. Okay, the layout's a little bit different, but the basics like the font, the menu system, as you look through this site, and if you know Disney Plus, you would see that it's a mirror. So for one, Disney Plus isn't even something new or special. They just copied this and repainted it. Now, the reason why I mention this is, one, I'm going to make a point, but two, so that you guys have this as a resource, not only for if you want to use it as Movies Anywhere, but you can look up things that are out or coming out. Okay? So what I'm getting at is this is owned by Disney, by the way. That if something is for sure coming out, there's two places that it's going to be, or one of two places, or of course if they make an official announcement. But one way for you to check is Disney Plus and Movies Anywhere. And I'm talking about Disney content, okay? Obviously, there's other movies you could check here too, but as far as Disney content. So, we're going to do a couple searches. This is owned by Disney. No result. No result. See what's here? Now, this isn't today. This has been on here for several weeks. Okay, so don't think it just showed up today. It's been here. Now, Loki show. No result. One division. These are all things that are supposedly coming. No result. Falcon. It's all one word. Whatever. No result. Is it Ivan and I or My Life is Ivan? I think it's My Life is Ivan. One and only Ivan. Okay. Okay. So you see it's not showing up. So that's not to say that just because it's not here, it's not happening or it's not on Disney Plus. I'm just saying this is another place to cross-reference because as you saw, Milan, and Milan has been on here for weeks. So that's how I knew before their announcement that Milan was coming to Disney Plus. Now, here's another example. See this? November 6, 2020. Do you think that all the movie theaters are going to be open and they're going to start promoting Black Widow and that everybody's going to go see Black Widow on November 6th? It's not impossible. But just like the same theatrical release date for Milan is on Disney Plus, well, guess what? And I made it just in a previous video. I had said by Christmas, Black Widow is going to be on Disney Plus. Well, guess what? November 6th, it's going to be on Disney Plus. Oh boy, are they going to eat it on Milan and Black Widow because they're charging $30 for both and nobody wants to see either one. So anyways, I'm showing you this site because again, you can use it for what it is, but also you can cross-reference and see things that are coming out. Now, part of the point here is, now I'm going to go to Disney Plus, is this placeholder, this page, okay, was out for at least a month before the show came out. It just came out, it says 2020, but this show, movie, whatever this damn thing is, I think it's a movie, hour and 35 minutes, came out like just a week, 2 weeks ago, whatever. Mulan was there a little bit ahead, although not too far ahead. This is fairly new. Okay, but there it is. You can see $30. Good luck, Disney. All right, so now if you look, for example, Loki, remember it wasn't on the other site, but yet here it is. All right, coming in 2021. Now, the point here, what I'm making is that if for sure it is in production and they sign the deal and they're for real without bullshitting us making a show, well, they're putting a placeholder. There's a page for it. They're not going to screw around. This is showing you that confirmed for sure Loki exists. Just like WandaVision exists, okay? Now, let's see if they've updated Black Widow. So on the contrast, just because it's not here doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And at the end of the day, Black Widow might end up in a theater, but I can pretty much bet my bottom dollar it's going to be on Disney Plus November 6th or whatever that was. All right. So here's the main point I want to drive, guys, that if it's real, it's going to have a placeholder. It's going to have some sort of reference to it. And if not here, on the other site, or if not on the other site, then here, or on both. So Black Widow was on the other site. We know for a fact it's coming, even though they don't want to show it here yet because they want to test Milan. Now, if that Cassian Andor was truly being made, okay, It doesn't exist. If Obi-Wan Kenobi was actually being made, okay, it doesn't exist on either site. Can they eventually make the Obi-Wan show? I'm not arguing that. But as I have said time and again, that shit is canceled. They are not working on it. It's not happening. They claim that they're doing stuff with it. No, they're not. Because Disney, period, but especially in these times, in these days of desperation, would be showing you, hey guys, here's the placeholder, it's coming. And it's not. So I just wanted to show you guys that trick and those resources, that if this was real, you would have an indication of it. I'm trying to think of something else that came out, well, what was that one with the van? Is it not Outward or Onward? Okay, so like this, they would have a placeholder, and this placeholder was indeed there before the movie came out. Maybe not 6 months ahead, but somewhat ahead of time. There's a placeholder. When something is real, they're going to, believe me, they're not going to hesitate to show you, because Disney right now is desperate for content, and they're desperate to get you hyped up. Furthermore, for those that don't have Disney Plus, there's often here, what's hot or whatever they want to be promoting. But like this was up before Milan was up. So they do pre-promote things on this top banner. Let's see if there's anything else, of course. And, they're going to exploit that, right? All of a sudden, he's so important, and we're going to promote Black Panther. Okay, like this was there before the show came out. Simpsons has always been there. Fantastic Four. Okay. Anyways, just know that sometimes they like the Clone Wars, they had, before season 7 came out, they had banners up here. All right. So anyways, just the point is that if this stuff was real, there would be some sort of placeholder. There would be some sort of indication, because now of all times, they would be like, hey, Now, it is also ridiculous that they have zero marketing, no trailer, no mention, nothing of season 2 of The Mandalorian. Now, I'm not saying that season 2 is not going to happen, but under the current climate and all the mess of Disney, it's not impossible that it doesn't come out, or that it gets delayed, or whatever. I do believe that October 30th is coming out. Okay? I'm not trying to start a rumor, but I'm just saying they just admitted reshoots. The trailer's not coming out. Anyways, their marketing is just, why don't you have a banner? Season 2's coming. Oh Lord. Okay. So the High Republic, September 1st, 2020. They now announced that Yoda is going to be in the High Republic. We knew it was coming. We all were hoping it wouldn't, but they're going to bring Yoda into their little fan fiction now. Oh, boy. Now, I'm not even going to get into all of this. There's 2 key points here. Number 1 is that they want Yoda, here's some concept art, to not just Yoda, but all the Jedi of that era are like adorned in gold and all this stuff. Okay. First of all, Jedi are not flashy. They wear drab robes for a reason. They're about discipline. They're like monks. And Yoda, of all of them, super wise, ancient. The last thing he's worried about is a golden robe and belt and looking fancy. Okay? This just goes to show how disconnected they are from this brand, the understanding of the lore or the meaning or the point of any of this. Jedi are not flashy. They're not going to have rings or golden robes or any of this nonsense. All right? Now, do you see something wrong with Yoda? Is something out of place? Well, let me help Disney out because they are very confused. Just a moment. And keep in mind that the High Republic is 232 years before the prequels. Okay. Whoops, I shared the wrong thing. Sorry about that. 1 second. Okay, so you should see the same Yoda there. This is what they're proposing Yoda looks like. Now, remember, if this is 200 years before the prequels, then he's 200 years younger. In the prequels, he's 700 and something. We don't have an exact date, but in this High Republic, he's got to be roughly 600 years old. Some people said 700, but that doesn't quite match, because if he's 900, not even 900, but close to 900 in Jedi, then you take away the years between episode 1 and episode 6, which is about 36 years, I think it is. Then you take away another 200 years plus 32, because it's 232 years before the High Republic. So you're looking at 264 years, nearly 300 years. So he's got to be pretty like 650. Okay. So he's younger. Now, what happens when you get old? Your hair either falls out or it turns gray, or both. How can a younger Yoda not have hair? Well, let me help Disney out, because I've watched the prequels. Apparently, they haven't. This is literally the first moment we see Yoda in the prequels. This is the first time in all of Star Wars that Master Yoda appears. Oh, look at that. He's got hair on his head. And if he's 200 years younger than this, he's going to have more hair on his head. So Disney, the airheads, can't get straight that Yoda has hair on his head. Unfreaking believable. This is Yoda, a plain robe. This is all the Jedi, not gold and all that extra nonsense. Okay? This is what they are proposing that Yoda looks like. This is what Yoda looks like. Do they even look the same? He's just short and green. He doesn't even look like. Look at Yoda's head. Look at the hair. How freaking clueless are these people? He's younger. He's going to have more hair. He's not going to be bald, guys. Hello, Disney. Hello, High Republic. Oh, it gets better. So there's their first mistake. There's their first problem. Now, we all know that Yoda was the most powerful and wisest Jedi. Looky there, tapping the OT for marketing. Yes, and they're extremely clueless. It's not even clueless. Like, they're beyond retard. They're like retarded. My goodness. All right, so now this gets even more compounded and more stupid. Watch this. Okay, so this was June 3rd. The reason I chose this is because rather than going through all the StarWars.com pages, this gives you kind of the key points of the High Republic. Okay, so now the key points here are sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit here, guys. And I have about 3 or 4 articles left, so it's coming. We're finishing up here. All right, let me find the High Republic books and comics. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you see 232 BBY. BBY is before the Battle of Yavin, just for anybody that doesn't know. 0 is A New Hope, Star Wars. Okay, Battle of Yavin, when Luke blows up the Death Star. So everything goes from Star Wars. That's 0. Everything forward and everything back is based off of Luke blowing up the Death Star. So 232 years before the Death Star. So actually, it's not 232 before the prequels, as I think I said. It's 232 before Yavin. But it is 200 years before the prequels. All right. So let's see. It's like the Wild West, they're saying. Okay. The High Republic is also a time of galactic expansion in the Outer Rim. Expect there to be rich tales of exploration, charting out the galaxy, meeting new cultures, and discovering what pioneer life in the Outer Rim was like. Okay. The greatest hero of the day is Jedi Master Avar Kriss, who was working on the frontier of Republic space. She always tries to see the good in people and situations and never puts herself first. Blah, 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 blah. Avar Kriss is the best of the best. Okay? They just said they're putting Yoda into the High Republic. So now this nobody Avar Kriss, who's a normal human girl and is maybe 20, 30 years old, is better than Yoda, who's 600 years old and the greatest Jedi outside of Luke Skywalker to ever exist. Okay, so here we go. It's as I've said many times in many videos, the sequel trilogy was to retcon the OT later. And now High Republic is to start retconning the OT from previous. And it's going to start closing in. And they're going to start retconning and changing the story till it's Rey. This is all about the bestest ever Rey. They're changing the story. They're collapsing on the OT and the PT. So, we know that Yoda is alive during this era at a spry 700 years old or so. Yeah, he's more so like about 650. Possibly already holds leadership role. Possibly holds... If he's been training Jedi for 800 years, he says that out of his mouth in the freaking movie. He's always been part of the... I mean, maybe not when he was 50 years old, but since he's a Jedi, he's been part of the Jedi Order and been at the top. He's a Grand Master. He's not just a Master Jedi. He's a Grand Master. And furthermore, if you pay attention to the movies, yes, there's a lot of senior members on the council, but it's very apparent that they all defer to Yoda. He's the head. But possibly holds leadership 200 years. At 650, he maybe has leadership in the Jedi Order? What? Blah, 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 blah. There's all kinds of nonsense in here, but I just want to point out the key points for you guys. Okay, here's something else that's important, is that Palpatine isn't born yet. They mentioned Bane, so I guess he's going to become their canon. And yes, he did establish the rule of two, because before that, Jedi, there were several Sith. There were thousands of them, and they were all killing each other. They were very undisciplined, and they all were power hungry. Darth Bane had already passed by the time Palpatine was born, which is hilarious to me because somebody on one of my recent videos was like, on the Rinzler interview, it's like, you're an idiot. You know, Plagueis is really about Bane, and he's actually secretly Bane, and it's not. I'm like, you're so stupid, dude. Not only is he dead before the Palpatine, but he's like 1,000 years before freaking Clone Wars. Anyways. Okay, the Great Disaster. An event known as the Great Disaster provides the backdrop for the series and seems to be inciting incident that opens the story. We know little about what the Great Disaster is, except that it caused ships all over the galaxy to snap out of hyperspace at once. This event likely caused a lot of devastation in space. Now, hyperspace obviously existed because they all snapped out and had this event, but it must not be too well studied or proven or tested if this event happens, unless, you know, they're going to say something in the Force or whatever happened. But to further corroborate that hyperspace is not that old, Hyperspace and the mapping of hyperspace routes are an important part of the exploration aspect of the series. A space station known as the Starlight Beacon Space Station is key to the events of the High Republic line. Starlight Beacon serves as a space lighthouse in the outer rim, constructed to guide ships in the centuries before hyperspace navigation was as accurate as it would become 200 years later. Okay? So, start using your brain, Disney. Those of us that know Star Wars know that Sith and Jedi have been around for thousands of years, thousands of generations. I mean, hell, Obi-Wan says it, thousands of generations. But if you know, like, KOTOR and SWOTOR, and you've read EU, and you know a freaking thing about Star Wars, you know that this story, like Kathleen just figured out, is at least 25,000 years old. So start to do some logic and math in your head. How is the Jedi Order exist? How are all these Sith going around the galaxy and causing problems and killing each other and establishing the rule of two, and Jedi having to fight them, and all these things going throughout the galaxy, if there's no freaking hyperspace? If just 200 years before the prequels, they're figuring out hyperspace, how is it that for thousands of years you have all kinds of species mingling and interacting and even fighting? How did the Sith become an order? How did the Jedi become an order if they're all in different places and they can't travel that fast? It would take me, 300 years to travel from one planet to another? Maybe not close by, but from one side of the galaxy to the other, right? So how would Yoda be able to meet with other Jedi and train them and meet them and fight together and create an order and do all this stuff, establish the galaxy, build the trade routes, all this stuff, if there's not hyperspace lanes until 200 years before the prequels, when we have history, lore of not just 1,000 years, but more than 25,000 years? So now Disney again has decanonized themselves, retconned themselves, because the very stories that precede all of this cannot exist if there's not hyperspace. Oh, it gets better. It gets better. Okay? So these people are not thinking, they're not connecting dots. Okay? But that's the first main problem. That if the great disaster happens, that means there's no hyperspace traveling. If there's no hyperspace traveling, then all of these things for centuries that Kathleen just talked about can't exist. Now, some might say, well, but that's not canon anyways. They'll just go from 232 BBY and move forward. Oh, really? This is more of the same, StarWars.com. Okay. August 25th, 2020. Star Wars reveals just how long the Sith versus Night Sisters war has been. And the only part that matters here, let me see if I can find it. Okay. So this is here, let me highlight this. This is again August 25th. Star Wars: The Clone Wars featured the Witches of Dathomir. The latest tie-in finally reveals how long the Night Sisters feuded with the Sith. Okay. Now, I'm trying to find where we're talking about the Clone Wars, but where is this? Rebels, blah, blah, blah. Ezra. I'm trying to find what this actually is. Okay. Star Wars Dark Legends. Okay. It's a new book, or maybe comic. I think it's a book. They are talking about the Gilded Age. Now, I don't know how much each of you know about the Night Sisters, but the Night Sisters were brought in the Clone Wars. What's her name? Asajj Ventress is a Night Sister. They have connections to Darth Maul and Dathomir. For example, Lady Talzin or Mother Talzin, who's a witch, and the Night Sister is the mother of Darth Maul. So they're all connected. Night Sisters are powerful witches, basically. And they're not like Sith. And some of the stories say that they have force powers. Some of the stories say that they don't really have force powers, but they're just like very powerful witches, so that they could do stuff as if they had the force. Either way, they're badasses. The Grand Inquisitors and all these characters come from the Night Sisters. I think they're cool. But basically they started in the Clone Wars. So now this story is claiming that the Night Sisters have been fighting with the Sith. Okay, now you could argue that the Night Sisters are concentrated in one place. They're on Dathomir, where they come from, where Darth Maul is from, Dathomir. Okay, fine. So they don't have to travel. They're there. Potentially, Sith could come to Dathomir and start a battle with the Night Sisters. Okay, so you fix that problem. But here's where the problem occurs. If there's all these Sith and they're fighting against the Night Sisters, how did they all get there? There's no hyperspace lanes, remember? How did all these Sith gather and have this war? So then you might be saying, but not my Star Wars. But what about the timeline? I'm glad you asked. The pattern of the Gilded Age is almost identical to the one in Star Wars, the Clone Wars. The Sith crave power, specifically power over death itself, and they look upon the force magic of the Night Sisters with covetous eyes. The Night Sisters, for their part, are proud and isolationist, resentful of anyone who would dare to steal their secrets. They are also vengeful, and in A Gilded Age, which is like, I guess this is like a series of books, and A Gilded Age is one of those parts, they attempt to get revenge on Darth Kaldoth unsuccessfully. It seems the Sith and the Night Sisters were locked in a sort of Cold War for millennia. One that occasionally sparked into open conflict. It was only brought to an end by Palpatine, presumably when he believed that the Night Sisters no longer had any secrets to offer him. So, for millennia, up to Palpatine, the Sith and the Night Sisters are fighting. How are they fighting if there's no frickin' hyperspace? Were there planets right next to each other? No, because Sith are from all over the galaxy. So the Sith would be knowing each other, getting together, fighting in groups against the Night Sisters. Even if it was just one Sith, how did you get from one side of the galaxy to come to Dathomir and fight the Night Sisters? And the Night Sisters, I'm sure in this book, aren't going to be confined to Dathomir. They're probably bouncing all over the freaking galaxy and doing this. The problem is that they've been doing this for millennia. Thousands of years. So if there's no hyperspace till 200 years before the prequels, then how in the hell are Sith and Night Sisters fighting for centuries before Palpatine? A child can figure this stuff out. What the hell, Pablo Hidalgo, Dave Filoni, Kathleen Kennedy, everyone at freaking Lucasfilm, what are you guys smoking? What the hell is wrong with you? I think you all see my point. Okay? It's just plain stupidity that if you don't have hyperspace lanes and they're still establishing them 200 years before Phantom Menace, then there's no way that you could have had Night Sisters and Sith fighting for millennia. Hello. Okay, so now down to the last two articles. Wow, 4 hours. Okay. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Man, it's insane. I need a drink. Yes, I know. And again, you know, a lot of people won't even realize this or care or understand. But if any of you feel frustrated to me that I pay attention to every freaking detail, my brain is constantly like, what the hell? Yes, you need a serious hard drink after all of this mess. Lord. Okay, I'm sure most of you have heard that Boyega just like put his foot in Disney's ass yesterday, but let's talk about it. Now, this article I could have gone. There's other people that have condensed the article, just taken the relevant quotes, but I did want to give not only credit to GQ, but so that you see the actual article. The article's pretty good. I would say, hey, if you have a little bit of time, go read it because he talks about a lot of stuff and it's interesting. You know, I don't know if you like John Boyega or whatever, but you know, it's as someone that's written articles and does research and cares about all this stuff, it's a good article. It's well written and it's interesting, and he says a lot of stuff. Anyways, I'm not gonna obviously go through this all. It's a ton of stuff, but I'm gonna skim through and show you the Star Wars stuff, what matters most. Oh, boy. Give me 1 second here. I want to double check something. Okay. Yeah. All right. So bear with me here. I gotta find the parts again. But it's pretty interesting. You know, he talks about his career and how he spoke out at the that event, the Black Lives Matter thing, and there's actually an interesting little story here, and I won't get too much into it, but basically he had gone out on a boat trip, and 45 minutes in, the boat captain like shuts off the motor and is like, "Hey, you got to give me all the cash that you have, or else I'm not taking you inland." And he stood his ground and was like, "Hell no, we're both going to be dead if you think that, because I'm going to pay you what you know, what I'm supposed to pay the fare, but you're not going to." You know, and it was, I mean, the way he says it, it's saying that he was the only black guy on the boat, and everybody just kind of stood around and nobody did anything about it. But then, I don't know if it was Lucasfilm or Holly, they said the studios or something. So about 15 minutes of them going back and forth, a police boat was, had come, and, the film production staff had sent out to look for him. I guess it had been too much time, and he got lucky because they sent out a police boat, and the boat captain was like shitting himself because he was trying to extort John Boyega. Anyways, it's a little side story. So let's go to what matters here. Now, for what it's worth, I don't agree with everything that John says. I've even pointed out and called him out that he doesn't have a whole lot of Star Wars knowledge. Like, he said it in interviews and things he tweets and stuff. He's not like a Star Wars expert. Doesn't mean you have to be on Star Wars. But one, if you're making a Star Wars movie, why aren't you finding people that know Star Wars to be in a Star Wars movie? And two, if you get a contract to be on a Star Wars movie, I mean, maybe he didn't really, maybe Daisy and all them just don't really understand the impact because they're young or the importance of this role. But like, I would have been nonstop reading books and watching the movies and studying, and like, I would have gone in school in JJ. Like, this is what's going on. You know, it baffles me that you sign a contract for Star Wars and you don't know this stuff. But whatever. You know, oh, I saw the movie once a long time ago. It's like, jeez. So he's coming out in some new movie, and you know, I hope it goes well for him. I think the kid has a ton of potential. I think he's a good kid. I think he has a lot of potential as an actor and a person. He's young. He has a lot to learn. And most of, you know, the Finn disaster is not his fault, obviously. But on the same token, I don't think he did like some amazing, like what I was saying earlier, like Luke, you know, Mark Hamill, God bless his heart, as terrible as it was, and he had to swallow all that crap, he sure made us believe he was Jake Skywalker, right? So, you know, Mark did his part. Carrie, too, you know, she did her part. Did Ray, Finn, and Poe really do their part? Well, you know, I talked about that earlier. I think that, what's his name? Oscar Isaac's an excellent actor. He just, you know, sorry, poor, wrong situation. I think Boyega has a lot of potential, and he showed glimpses. It was mostly just because of the cards he was dealt. And Daisy, well, she needs work. Anyways, and again, bear with me. This is a really long article, but it's a good read if you're interested, you know, to check it out. And he talks about his hair. because the person that he had to do his hair actually didn't know how to do his hair. So it was like this thing of, you know, kind of race, like he was stuck. Like they didn't, I guess, kind of saying, you know, like they didn't get a black hairdresser, or at least someone that knows, you know, black hair to be able to work with it. He was kind of saying, which is understandable, you know. You kind of want, if you want your actor to look right, you should have someone that can understand their hair. Okay. Here he's talking about the stylist, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here we're getting to it. How does it reflect on the involvement and the way the newest trilogy was concluded? It's so difficult to maneuver, he says, exhaling deeply, visibly calibrating the level of professional diplomacy to display. You get yourself involved in projects and you're not necessarily going to like everything. But what I would say to Disney is do not bring out a black character. Market them to do much more important. Market them to be much more important in the franchise than they are, and then have them pushed to the side. Now, there's a lot of things that I'm going to read in here, and but that right there is, you know, the key killer of what a lot of us have been saying, what a lot of us have known. You know, there's like that Chinese poster, which I've shown in my videos, that, you know, he's big in the Force Awakens poster, but in the China poster, he's this little tiny thing, and Disney's virtue signaling. And I was trying to find the picture yesterday, and I can't find the damn thing, but I had in another video shown how Lucasfilm was like, he's our hero around the Black Lives Matter thing. He was like, he's our hero. We stand by John Boyega. You know, as a matter of fact, I have to think about it. I think it was here. This might be why I couldn't find the damn thing. Although I know I have a picture. I made a picture, a meme thing. Here we go. June 3rd. Lucasfilm stands with John Boyega. Okay. No, I'm not going to get into it because I already covered this and whatever. But, you know, them virtue signaling, like, you know, we stand by him and Black Lives Matter and he's our boy and this and that. And yet, we all know what happened to Finn. We all know. And he's speaking out and he's literally calling them out. Like, you know, if you're going to do all this, hype it up. Because, you know, be honest, the we all know what that poster looks like. Rey is pretty big, but she's just there with her staff. You see Kylo with his red saber and Finn with the blue. And it was very clear that that's what they were selling. That Finn was going to be the Jedi. And it would have been perfectly fine. It would have been great. It didn't have to be Mary Sue Ray. But, of course, it's got to be the white girl. You know, I don't care if you're purple, brown, alien, whatever. I don't care. But, you know, it's pretty atypical. It's the white girl. And, you know, which is compounded by Disney saying, but we're about diversity. And then you compound it further by the poster clearly showing us that Finn's going to be a Jedi. I mean, come on, we're not buying that. Oh, well, we were just teasing you because he's just a stormtrooper and, you know, he hands the lightsaber to Rey. No, you knew what you're doing. You knew what you're doing, Disney. We're not stupid. So it's not good. I'll say it straight up. He's talking about himself here. Well, of course, about the character of Finn, former stormtrooper, blah, blah, blah. Got nudged to the periphery. He's also talking about other people of character of color in the cast. Naomi Ackie and Kelly Marie Tran, and even Oscar Isaac, a brother from Guatemala, who he feels suffered the same treatment. He is acknowledging that some people will say he's crazy or making up, but the reordered character hierarchy of The Last Jedi was particularly hard to take. And that's true. Finn was the first spotlight. He escapes with Poe, and then it turns all about Mary Sue Ray. And those two just get shrugged off. You know, Finn's pretty incompetent from the beginning, although it gets worse as it goes. And, you know, they don't even take advantage of putting those three together. It's like just literally everybody swept aside. Rose Tico barely did anything, and she was a worthless character, so stupid anyways. And it was all about Rey. So, like Like, you guys knew what to do with Daisy Ridley. You knew what to do with Adam Driver, he says. You knew what to do with these other people. But when it came to Kelly Marie Tran, when it came to John Boyega, you know, fuck all. So what do you want me to say? What they want me to say is, I enjoyed being a part of it. It was a great experience. Nah. I'll take that deal when it's a great experience. They gave all the nuance to Adam Driver, all the nuance to Daisy Ridley. Let's be honest. Daisy knows this. Adam knows this. Everybody knows this. I'm not exposing anything. Okay. Now, we all know that Daisy and Adam were the two key protagonists and antagonists. Okay. You know, and some people will argue because the story's about them. And yeah, we're not arguing that. Obviously, they are the focus, right? So that's not a problem. And I'm not trying to diminish what John is saying here at all. So yes, of course. But you know, he is very much on point. It's like they didn't know what to do with them. They had them all over the place. They diminished them all. Regardless of Mary Sue Ray and Kylo, Emo, Ren, they still could have done stuff with John. They still could have. He could have been equal to Ray, or he could have been with Ray, or he could have been the Jedi. It's not that they just highlighted the main characters. It's like they literally swept everything else under the rug. So, and it's funny because the wording here is what jumps out to me, is that he says they knew what to do with Adam and Daisy, but they didn't know what to do with Kelly and John. So it's not a matter of them just swiping them aside and diminishing them. It's that, as we've said a million times, there was no plan. They didn't even know what to do, because had they sat down, had they planned, mapped out, and written out the overall story of these characters, you wouldn't be guessing or not knowing what to do with these characters, because you would have had a freaking plan. So this just goes back to several months ago, where it's been very apparent that Disney had no plan. This is all in the air, by the seat of their pants, day by day. Like, and even Chris Terrio admits, like, every day it was changing, every day we were adding and doing and stuff. It's like these guys were literally clueless, no plan whatsoever, just winging it. And it's just another confirmation that they had no idea what to do with Kelly or John Boyega, because, well, there was no plan to begin with. You don't have this issue if you had mapped out the freaking trilogy. Okay, and then he goes on to say, now let me read this whole thing. He is on a breathless roll now, breaking his long corporate omerta to touch on the unthinking. Systemic mistreatment of black characters in blockbusters. They're always scared. They're always freaking sweating. And what he says as the relative salvage job that returnee director J.J. Abrams performed on The Rise of Skywalker. Okay, that is true. Usually the black guy is scared and sweating. And Finn was scared and, well, we'll get to that in a second. But here's what really, it's like, wow. Everybody needs to leave my boy alone. He wasn't even supposed to come back and try to save your shit. Even though he also acknowledges that it was an amazing opportunity and a stepping stone that has precipitated so much good in his life and career, he is probably exhilarated to be finally saying all of this. Okay, this is a bit baffling. Now, he wasn't supposed to come back to save your shit. Okay, there's some truth in that. I mean, I guess he did the first one and walked away, and it wasn't his intention to come back. Okay, but there's a lot of dynamics to this. Number one, leave your boy alone. Well, he didn't do too much great with you, John, in The Force Awakens. Furthermore, the whole point in the beginning of this article is that you were the frickin' Jedi, and you are now a stormtrooper that's scared and doesn't know what he's doing or where to go, or you're nobody. Your boy JJ did that. Then we go to The Last Jedi. While Ryan really fucked the whole saga and Star Wars and Finn and everything, keep in mind that Ryan while disrespectful, just kind of like dumbed you down a little bit and kind of just pushed you to the side. Although you did have your whole Canto bite and kiss bros and all that mess. So you actually had a bit of screen time. But if anything, Ryan just kind of swept you to the side. JJ is the one that had you become a janitor, become more of a what's the word I'm looking for? Neanderthal, if you will. You're chasing around the white girl, Ray, Ray. So while I'm not forgiving Ryan or Cake or your boy JJ, I don't know. JJ probably did the most damage to your character than even Ryan Johnson did. So I just find it really interesting that he's like, leave my boy alone. I think that maybe on the set, him and JJ got along better and, you know, they were buddies, as opposed to Ryan was probably like kind of more so ordering people around. But to say leave my boy alone when, I mean, he just made you a janitor and you're not a Jedi and you're just Ray. Wow. So I don't know. I think John's young. Maybe he doesn't totally get it. Maybe he's just trying to save face or be kind or whatever. But it's kind of a weird statement because really JJ is the one that fucked this. Now I also want to remind everyone that JJ was offered a trilogy. He didn't want it. Who the hell signs for Star Wars and doesn't take a trilogy? Only an idiot. Number two, JJ is the one that put all of this emotion. He started all the work, the story, the establishment of the characters, Snoke, all that. So JJ doesn't have excuses. He's the one that pre-established all this stuff. Ryan built off of it and screwed it up more. But, you know, JJ doesn't get a pass. He made a crappy-ass movie called The Force Awakens. Period. Then, to compound that, he could have walked away. He didn't have to do The Force Awakens. Once he saw that it wasn't what he liked, he could have walked away. He wanted that cheddar. Don't be deceived. And then to compound that, when Rise of Skywalker came around, he just said, hey, look, you know, Ryan made a mess. I don't want to get involved in this. He took the money. So JJ doesn't get any kind of pass, sympathy, nothing, because he could have very easily said, I'm not doing any more Star Wars. Instead, he came back to do the Rise of Skywalker. I don't care how much money they offered you, dude. You took the cash and you got involved. So now you are responsible for the Rise of Skywalker, which means you're responsible for all the story, the characters, the mess, the retcons, the speedy pace, the MacGuffins, all of that, and John Boyega, Finn. So JJ gets no pass, excuse, nothing. And I'm shocked that, you know, John Boyega said, leave my boy alone because, you know, maybe he's getting some sort of job with Bad Robot, so he doesn't want to fuck it up. I don't know what's going on there, but it's just strange. But again, JJ, you know, maybe fool me once on the first one, but he came back and he did the Rise of Skywalker, so he's had no excuse. Oh boy. All right. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. A lot of this is, you know, his life, his story, blah, blah, blah. And again, it's interesting. And if you like John, you know, check it out. But that, I think, was the main. Well, here he says, 2014, he found himself brought into the Star Wars fold by JJ, which, you know, that's also, he probably has some allegiance to JJ because JJ brought him into, like, you know, the biggest project he could ever imagine. Q is revealed as a conflicted stormtrooper, once known as FN 2187. For those that don't know, that's the jail cell that Princess Leia is in Star Wars. The original cell she's in is 1138, as in THX 1138. But then you hear, I forget if it's Han or Luke. I'm pretty sure. Is it Luke? I think it's Luke. One of them says, oh, yeah, she's been transferred to 2187. So she was originally 1138 and then 2187. So that's where FN 2187 comes from. Anyways, an absurd attempted boycott, the fourth highest grossing film of all time, and laterally the millions that enabled Boyega to surprise his parents with their own house, blah, blah, blah. He also started a production company, which here's an interesting tie-in, and I'll find it here in a second. Racist commentary. Okay, so he was saying how he experienced racism during The Force Awakens. Since his deleted Instagram response post had it, now he's keen to discuss the lasting psychic wounds that an ordeal like that leaves. So apparently he was getting harassed. Now, again, our circle, we didn't have a problem with Finn. We weren't harassed. If anything, we're like, who the hell is this Rey, and why wasn't Finn developed? Maybe we were mad at JJ and Disney and KK, but so this was just, some ignorant racist, like, oh, you're a black man of Star Wars. And, again, the Reylo types, the nutballs. Because Star Wars fans had no problem with Finn. On the contrary, we wanted more Finn. He was the only one to have unique experience of that franchise based on their race. Now, again, that statement isn't totally true or honest, John, because 5 minutes ago you said that Boyega, Trent, had also been diminished and seen issues. Plus, you're not the only black guy. You had Billy D was there. You had this girl Naomi Aki, Jaina. So it's not even possible that you were the only one to have this experience. Now, I'm not taking away from him his experience or saying that he's totally lying. I just don't think he realizes that others, because, supposedly Kelly Marie Tran was harassed, and, so it just doesn't kind of add up. But anyways, he's saying that I think what he was trying to say is, I got the worst of it. All right. Because you're black, you shouldn't be a stormtrooper, which, again, this is people that don't know Star Wars. They're just being dumbasses. There was never any kind of lore or what am I looking for? Like rule or restriction for a stormtrooper. You were just in the Empire. Let's see. Okay. The other interesting thing I found in this article was this. I'll just read this last paragraph. For Boyega, 2017 was a year thick with opportunity. If capturing the role of Finn in 2015's Star Wars: The Force Awakens represented the professional equivalent of an enormous poker win, this was the period when he effectively staggered to the cashier window with an armful of chips. Having already wrapped Rian Johnson's sequel, The Last Jedi, he also made Catherine Bigelow's Detroit, founded his own company, Upper Room, in order to produce and star in Pacific Rim Uprising, and by spring he was headlining a revival of bruising German tragedy Wojciech as the Old Vic in London. Okay, so the point here, because I don't know that most people knew this, I didn't know this until I read this, is that I had heard and knew about Pacific Rim and him being a part of it. But what I didn't know is that he took his Star Wars money, he created his company, Upper Room, and that he produced and starred in it. So I just thought it was a neat, fun fact, something that most people probably wouldn't know. Good on him, young man, for doing that, being smart, starting a company and not buying 3 Ferraris like football players that go bankrupt. So good on you. Not that Pacific Rim was some huge success or people even talk about it or whatever. Hell, did it even come out or is it being made? I don't even know. I just know that I've heard him associated with this project. I just thought it was interesting that it was under his company that he produced and starred in. So good on him. It's just a little interesting thing. So this article is very, very long. If you like the guy, if you're interested, it's a good read. He talks about a lot of stuff, basically, him coming into Hollywood and all that stuff. But as we all, care about, is that he just shredded Disney and was like, look, it's obvious you guys just push the black eye to the side. And again, I don't think he's out of line for that, because it wasn't like, okay, there's this black guy or there's this Finn guy in the movie. I mean, we all saw the poster. He's got the freaking Jedi, the lightsaber. He's up front in front of Rey. We all knew he was supposed to be the hero. And I don't know, at the last minute, whatever, they're like, no. you know, we're about diversity, but not that much. It's got to be the white girls. It's so silly. Disney like does stuff and they think like we're not going to catch on, or we're not going to get it, or we're not going to see it. And it's like, you guys are like a freaking ghost. Like I can see right through you guys. And it's not just me. I mean, like, we're not stupid, Disney. Seriously. Oh boy. All right. So I got one last little thing, which I kind of mentioned before, and we all pretty much know, but I just wanted to mention it, and we'll wrap up with this. I need to make and eat dinner, and I've been talking for like 5 hours, and going on 5 hours. I mean, really, this whole Star Wars thing for Disney has been a disaster and a thorn in their side, a headache. Last Jedi is where it really got bad, and then it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And everywhere they turn, from a tweet saying, you know, hey, if you use May the 4th, we're going to we own your content. Like every step and turn, Disney screws up, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And we're talking about 8 years, right? Ironically, October 30th, 2012 is when Lucas sold Star Wars, or Lucasfilm, to Disney. So they've had just years of problems and conflict and headaches, but just this last quarter, with the quarter report of about $40 billion in debt, and you know, then you're compounding it by stuff that I talked about in this stream. And you know, just this past week has been a nightmare for Disney. They couldn't get out the damn trailer for Mandalorian. John Boyega comes out, you know, talking about this stuff. They announce Yoda, and that's immediate. You know, they don't see what they're creating, and yet the fans instantly point out, well, he has hair, guys. He's younger, and he can't be there if Avar Chris is better than him, and just all these things that like Disney just, I don't know. Again, either they're so freaking stupid, or they just don't give a damn. But this particular week and month has just been a nightmare for Disney. I love every minute of it. They deserve it. Fuck them. Fuck Disney. So they couldn't get the trailer together. They couldn't do anything. They're having probably one of the worst weeks. And what do they have to do? Well, we got to distract everybody. Smokescreen. We got to do something. Let's announce the Mandalorian. We don't even have the trailer ready, but there you go. Yesterday, after all this John Boyega and Yoda, they announced Mandalorian October 30th, which I don't know if that was their original date. I think they probably wanted it earlier, but they're like, oh, well, we got to say something because everything's on fire right now. We got to bring some positivity. Well, what date did we say? Well, say the end of the month so that we buy as much time as we can. We already said October, so we're stuck with October. We can't say, you know, November or December. We're stuck. We're committed to October because we said it. We can't go back on it now. Put it to the end of the month. We buy as much time as we can, because I know for a fact right now they are still editing and working on it. If they couldn't get the Rise of Skywalker together, they certainly can't get the Mandalorian together. So again, to blow smoke, they announced the Mandalorian. Okay, fine, whatever. October 30th. We'll see how it goes. I just thought it was funny. It's like their desperate attempt to be like, see, guys, everything's okay. Yet we know that they couldn't get the trailer together, that they're doing some reshoots because they're changing something in the story. There was some sort of problem. Now, when I say reshoots, I'm not saying they're redoing the whole thing, because some people have been saying that or think that. That's not what I'm saying. But there are indeed some reshoots. There are fixing something. That's a fact we know. All right. So they're still, I mean, they got a month and a half, 2 months tops. We'll say 2 months, right? Because we're in the beginning of September and it's at the end of October. But, you know, they're cutting to the wire. So I just think it's funny because, you know, of course, they got to put out something because they don't got nothing. And I also wanted to mention, because some people were saying, oh, my God, Baby Yoda, is he really older? Is he bigger? Well, guys, yeah, I mean, time passes. He's going to grow. And then somebody said, well, it's just the angle. I mean, come on. Use your brains. You know, people sometimes just say stupid things. Look at his ear. Look at his head. Okay, you see here, I'm assuming these are shells for his rifle. Okay, his head is actually right about the height of this leather strap. If you look here, his head is obviously, it's at his kneecap. So yes, and it's not that it's a problem. I don't know why people are freaking out. I mean, yes, he's going to get bigger. He's going to grow. And I know a lot of girls are sentimental and they want him to be a baby forever, but come on, your kids grow. Deal with it. And he's got to grow. They got to progress the show. I don't know how long this little guy's going to be around. I mean, how much are they going to ride off of this character? They're not going to be able to for too much longer. Because as I've said in many videos, this is the Baby Yoda show. It's not the Mandalorian. Nobody cares about this chump. Everybody's worried about this baby. All right, so either they got to make it full out Baby Yoda show and he's got to hang out. So then now what's the point of the Mandalorian? Or they got to boot this kid so that we can actually start to make a show about the Mandalorian. Hello. All right. So I'll just mention a couple little things. If you start to really look, his helmet looks a bit different. Not only the shape, but the T-visor. It looks like it's more of a stripe here, whereas here it's more... Now, it might just be the lighting, the reflection, but his helmet does look a bit different if you look. Also, here it looks like there's a dark stripe. There, not so much. Again, it might just be lighting. His knee or thigh pads are definitely different. This is not like this. This is longer and different. Now, I don't know if this is a mistake, which it could be because they make tons of mistakes in this show. And if you watch all the problems with the Mandalorian, I point them out. You see here how this is like dark and this is the same color. So his armor has changed. He's a bit different. Now, that's okay. You can change. But once you've got your upgrade, you've got your Beskar. I mean, Mandalorians aren't constantly swapping their stuff unless they're upgrading to a higher level. He's got Beskar here. So why is he's changing? I don't know. I mean, for the most part, he's the same. But if you really look, this is not the same. This, I don't know what that is. It almost looks like a TV screen. And again, this is, a large picture zoomed in. The lighting's bad, but that's different. Baby Yoda looks to be accurate but bigger. Although you see here, like his little sweater has like these fringes on it, which it doesn't have here. It has this collar, but it doesn't have these fringes. And it's darker, but that's just lighting. Okay, and another thing I wanted to mention, as I have a video, The Mandalorian Isn't Who You Think He Is. And again, look at his legs. They're very straight. Look at his legs. You see the angle from his knee down, his shin, his calf. This is a different actor. Why? Because Pedro is not usually in the suit. It's Lateef Crowder and Brandon Wayne, who is John Wayne's grandson. Pedro isn't even in the suit half the time. He just does the voice of the Mandalorian. Which, fine, whatever. It's not to say that he has to be, but, it's just funny because he's the star of the show and he's certainly the one getting the paycheck, but he's not even in the suit most of the time. So, we'll see what happens with this show, but, you can see this. It's totally different there. And this is not like this. So where is he getting this new armor from? What's going on? I don't know. It's all a mess. All right. So D, it was Han. Yeah, I think it was Han. I know it was Han or Luke, but yeah, they do say, she was transferred. JJ was offered Star Wars the first time and turned it down. Only after being asked the second time did JJ accept it with plans on benefiting bad robot prods. Yes, and I talk about that in The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. JJ didn't even want to do Force Awakens. Like, I literally have the quotes of the phone conversation with him and KK, and she had to convince him. So not only did she have to convince him to do The Force Awakens, then they had to double convince him to come back for Rise, and guess what? He took the check on both, so deal with it. All right, so that's about it. The Mandalorian, there's the smoke screen. They don't have a trailer. They're not ready. They're not marketing. They're not promoting. But hey, let's distract everybody. Mando's coming October 30th. We'll see if that changes. We'll see what happens, but I'm pretty sure, it'll come out October 30th. Fine. Although, like I showed you on Disney Plus, they don't even have any marketing materials. They're not doing anything. I mean, these guys are just something else. Alrighty. Well, that was a lot. How long has it been? 4 hours and 40 minutes. Wow. All right. Well, I'm not sure who's still here. It says there's 3 people. I don't know if anybody has any questions or is there anything else you want to talk about. If there's anything, I don't mind hanging out for a few more minutes. But otherwise, I am gonna get something to drink and rest my voice and make and have some dinner. But I'm here if anybody has any questions or wants to mention anything. I'm more than happy since I am here. I do appreciate everyone that came in. Clips Film, That Guy Says, Tommy, Shaq, D, I think you're still here with me at the moment. Mostly Safe. I appreciate you guys. And whoever comes in and watches the replay, I appreciate you guys for checking it out. All the Problems with the Mandalorian Chapter 2 will be out soon. That's the one I'm editing and finishing up now. And I have a few script lines that are still coming in. And the Empire Project will be coming. Yeah, it does. Well, I'll talk about that in a second. The Empire Project is coming, which of all my videos, guys, make sure you watch that one. I'm probably going to do it as a premiere so I can be in the chat while you guys are watching it. I think it's going to be one of my best and coolest and funnest videos. There's a lot of surprises in there. You'll be hearing a lot of other creators that you know. Some you may not. But that's going to be a lot of fun, I think, for everyone, especially me. I saw The Empire Strikes Back in a theater today. Look for that one coming very soon. Probably my next video will be, unless there's like some specific breaking news or something that comes up, will probably be All the Problems with the Mandalorian Chapter 2, The Child. I appreciate it, D. Yeah, my voice is getting a little sore, and not to pour us that we do streams, but for what it's worth, talking for 4 or 5 hours straight, it definitely wears you down. So I appreciate it, D, again. I noticed you've been popping up a lot lately, and really I do truly appreciate everyone that comes by. I hope you guys know that. I hope you guys always remember that you can leave me comments on videos. You can come in the streams and say stuff, or if you ever want to reach me, NotMyStarWars1977 at Gmail. If you have ideas, if there's a video you want, if there's something you want me to talk about, if you're like, hey man, every Monday at 3 p.m. I'm free, can you do a stream? Sure, I'll do my best. I want to hang out with you guys. I want to, try to entertain you and do things, and obviously grow the channel. And I love making the videos. While I'm making them, I'm like, oh Lord, so much editing, and I start to get antsy, and it's like all this. It's a big task because I do a lot of heavy editing and research on my videos. But when I get them done, I'm very happy about them, and it's exciting to release them. But so as far as like actually making the videos, it's not always a ton of fun. Although ultimately it's fun because I like doing this and getting to the finished product. But it's a lot of fun to do the streams. So being able to talk with you guys and get your feedback, but if there's anything, you have an idea, you want me to cover something, you want a certain day or time, like I said, in the merch store, if there's this particular product you want, I can put your name on something. I don't know, whatever, I want you guys to know that I look, I listen, I pay attention, I reply to everyone, and that I care about your guys' feedback. At the end of the day, this is my channel. I'm going to make the videos that I want, and then I'm going to constantly be on the path that I want it to go. But that's not to say that I won't heavily consider things or listen or take your input, because it does matter to me. And it's obviously I have to try to entertain you guys as well, because just doing what I want to do only goes so far. You guys have to want to watch the stuff. But I think I've done a pretty good job so far. And I'm glad that at least about 1,000 people enjoy it. We'll see how far it goes. Do a video on Gary Kurtz. Okay, now when you say that, well, I wouldn't assume a tribute. So, like his history or involvement in Star Wars, I guess. Okay, I will keep that in mind. That's something I can do. I'll just say a couple things. One, first, I have to finish up a couple of the projects, so I can't promise it's going to happen today or tomorrow, but I'll do it. I'll remember it, and I'll do it. Two, I don't talk about him much, or I haven't really thought about doing videos with him, because the truth is there's not a whole lot of source material on him. A lot of it is hearsay. You know, he said this, he did that. You know, and I hear all kinds of people say, well, if it wasn't for Gary Kurtz, Lucas would have been lost and not be able to do anything. That's bullshit. Come on, guys. Seriously. Lucas is the brain. He's the genius. Did Kurtz have involvement, and Kirshner and all these other people? Of course. And they were important and integral. I'm not saying that it was just Lucas. But sometimes, like, I hear people like, well, if it wasn't for Kurtz, then none of this would have happened. History and unseen influence in Star Wars. Okay. Yeah, I can look into that. There are some interviews here and there. I even have a couple things. It's just that as he's kind of background, it's kind of hard to dig up stuff on him. But let me dig around. Let me see what I can put together. I know I have seen a few interviews of his, not just like articles, but also on other people's channels. There's an interview or two I've come across. And there's a few little clips of him here and there in the behind the scenes and documentaries. I also haven't spent like a lot of time like researching Gary Kurtz, so maybe there's more out there than I realize. I'll try to, you know, find a biography at Wikipedia, stuff like that. Also, I don't know that there's a lot of pictures of him out there, so, and even less video footage. But let me see what I can put together. History and unseen influence. Okay, so yeah, let me see. And again, I wasn't trying to diminish him. I know he was a key part of Star Wars. Don't get me wrong. I, of all people, know that. It's just that sometimes it pisses me off because some people go like the whole other side and like, well, if it wasn't for Kurtz, you know, this is all blown to hell and it wouldn't work. And Lucas didn't know what he was doing. It's all Kurtz reeling him in. Come on, be real. Sometimes people talk about George Lucas like he's some idiot, man. I mean, come on. He built the biggest franchise in all of film history, not because he's stupid. You know, it's like Trump. You know, I don't care if you like the guy or not. He didn't become a billionaire and the president of the United States because he's a total buffoon. Be real. Anyways, all right. So yeah, I will keep that in mind. As a matter of fact, I'm going to write it down. Not that I'll forget D, but just, you know, so because I have my notes always right here to my side, so I always glimpse at them during the days and times, and it'll constantly remind me, you know, do something with Gary. So I'm going to jot it down right here. I will see what I can dig up. Again, I don't know how much or what I can find. And it will be, you know, honestly, if I have to be honest with you, it'd probably take at least a month before I could even really gather stuff and get to it, because I got other stuff, other videos and stuff I'm working on. But yeah, and for what it's worth, what Star Wars means to me, one person that a lot of you know has said that he will come on, but he's always so freaking busy. And he's like, I have to find time, and I know I'm gonna have to keep reminding him. So we'll see when he comes on. I don't want to spoil who it is, but you know, he knows Star Wars pretty well. So it'll be fun to have him. I reach out to a lot of people. I send emails to all kinds of people that I would like to come on, and half these people don't even answer me. Never mind say they don't want to come on. And I don't think it's so much that they don't want to. It's like they're just not seeing the email or not replying, which, I don't know, to me is unwise. When you anyone sending you emails, you should be checking. But especially, you know, when you're a bigger channel, this is a business, and you should be conscious of emails. You should not be, you know, you don't really have an excuse. And I get it. Some people get, you know, just massive amount of emails, but you can skim through. You can see which ones are spam. You can get a general idea, and you got to open some of them. I mean, when it says live stream invite, I mean, at least open it and see what someone's saying. Anyways, I love that series, and I want to keep doing them. but it's hard to get a hold of people. So with that said, if you watch my streams, check your emails, because who knows, maybe I've reached out to you. On the same token, like I always say, you can reach me. You can send me an email if you want to come on and be a part of what Star Wars means to us. Just send me an email, NotMyStarWars1977@gmail, and you can make it happen. I love those series and talking Star Wars with other people. Okay, well, I am a bit tired. My throat is a bit getting hoarse, and I want to make some dinner. So, thank you so much for everyone that came in. Thank you to anyone that does come in. I hope that you like the stream. Please make sure to like it. Please subscribe if you haven't already. There's a lot of stuff coming, and I've got a lot of cool videos already for you to watch. So I hope you'll check out the channel. I appreciate my supporters. Thanks again, Dee, for coming in, and everyone else. And I hope it was fun and what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Informative. So yeah, man, Disney is just a total mess, and they make it worse and worse and worse all the time. But hey, better for me, I guess. It just gives me the opportunity to keep going and have material, which I would trade it all in a heartbeat. I never would have thought I'd have to make a channel called Not My Star Wars, and thank you, Dee, I appreciate it. I would trade it all in a heartbeat for them to wipe this shit out, bring in Lucas, and let's get some real Star Wars. But well, it is what it is, and if they're gonna be so stupid, well, then I'm going to benefit and profit off of their stupidity. It's just that simple. And more so than worrying about profiting, it's celebrating and always remembering and respecting George Lucas's era and what real Star Wars is. And hey, if Disney's going to give me the ammo with their stupidity, well then, hey, I'm going to make fun of you, and I'm going to shred you and make you look even more stupid. You guys do it to yourselves. I don't have to search you out. I'm not trying to hate. I'm not trying to make shit up. I mean, literally, Disney does it to themselves. So, like I said, again, I'll just reiterate, such a mess they've made, and they're losing tons of money, not just on Star Wars, but in general, that to me, I mean, again, unless the Mandalorian just like breaks records and brings in people, and look towards the beginning of the year, the first quarter of 2021, they're going to have to sell it. They're going to have to sell Lucasfilm. I mean, they haven't even made back what they paid for it. Never mind, can they continue to just throw away money on Star Wars? Toys aren't selling. Nobody gives a damn about the comics or these books. Is someone out there buying the comic? Yeah, sure. But, when you're selling 1,000 comics, 5,000 comics, I mean, it's not even worth printing the damn thing. You need to sell 1 million copies of the novel. Stuff like that is what Disney needs, and it's not happening. It's just not happening. People don't want to have to read a book to explain the movie. And then we all know that everything's retconning and contradicting itself. So who the hell is going to buy the book? And then you got the movie that contradicts the novel. The novel and the movie contradict the art book. And it's like I was saying earlier, you got just one character, Ahsoka. Never mind all this other stuff. You got the High Republic, which is causing problems for PT. Then you got Ahsoka, just Ahsoka. Never mind Rex and all this other monkey mess. You got Ahsoka causing problems for Rebels, Resistance, Clone Wars Season 7, the Ahsoka novel, The Rise of Skywalker, the entire original trilogy, and Clone Wars Season 7. I mean, she is a problem that conflicts with all of it. And that's their little... I think that they're coming to grips that, like, Rey's not going to go anywhere. Nobody wants her action figures. Nobody cares about that fool. Daisy's done. She's cooked. So Ahsoka is where they're going to put their efforts, their weight. But you got guys like me that know she's supposed to be dead, so we're not going to have it. Then you got people who are going to figure it out with all the contradictions. They're not going to have it. Then you're going to have people that are just going to get sick. The people are getting sick of her. There's a lot of people like, man, I love Ahsoka, but they just won't leave her alone. Now she's going to show up all over the place, and people are going to get sick of her. She's a bit OP too. I'm sorry, but little girl, you are not surviving Maul, Palpatine, and Vader. Get the fuck out of here, Filoni. Seriously, it's too much. It's too much, dude. I liked her a lot. I really did like Ahsoka, but it gets to a point where you got to bury her. You got to get over it, and Maul alone, the least experience of those three, would have shredded her. I'm sorry. She's like a 90-pound 13-year-old or 16-year-old, whatever she is. Nothing against girls, nothing against Ahsoka, but just be real. Maul's like 3 times her size, her experience. It's just, he killed Qui-Gon, but he can't hurt Ahsoka. Oh man, it's just stupid. And Qui-Gon was technically a Grand Master. He was on the count. He wasn't on the council because he refused to take the position, but he was offered to be on the council. Now, to be on the council, you need to be some serious shit. The only one that kind of got a card was Anakin, and that's because he's the freaking chosen one. And even then, remember they said, we put you on the council, but we're not even making you master. He's like, that's not fair. Okay? So Qui-Gon legitimately was a master on the council, although he didn't accept it, but that was his position, his rank. And Maul took him out. But he can't take out a little girl Ahsoka. Come on, man. Or even if it was a little boy, whatever. It's not even about her being a girl. Just saying. So, yeah. Okay, well, if I continue, I'll just be here for another 5 hours because I love this stuff so much. But again, thank you so much for anyone that's takes the time to watch my videos or my streams. I hope to keep going. If you want to reach out, you know how to reach me. I'm always happy to go to other people's streams or bring people along. I did see one thing real quick. Was offered Star Wars, or turned it down? Okay, yeah, I did cover that one. So yeah, we'll see what the future holds. Naturally, I'll cover the Mandalorian. Right now, there's not really any other. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get all kinds of other little news here and there, but the main things going on with Star Wars to look forward to is, High Republic starts coming out in the beginning of January, so that's not even coming. So really, the only thing that Disney has Star Wars is Mando October 30th, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, thanks again so much. I hope you guys enjoyed it. 4 hours and 58 minutes, almost 5 on the mark. So yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Please feel free to reach out if anything, and I appreciate you all. May the Force be with you, and I'll see you guys soon.